The Bank Street BookFest livestream is brought to you by EPIC, the leading ebook library for kids 12 and under, with unlimited access with over 15,000 high-quality kids' books. EPIC, a free reading resource for the classroom.
Hello, my name is Chris Horton, and this is George. And you're watching KidLit TV.
I am Peter H. Reynolds, and I am author of The Dot, and you are watching KidLit TV.
Could I ask everyone to get seated? If everyone could take a seat. Good morning. Welcome to the 45th Annual BookFest. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Cindy Weil. I'm the director of the Center for Children's Literature. At Bank Street, we feel very honored to be hosting this wonderful event for the 7th consecutive year. I want to thank our colleagues at Bank Street who did so much to make today possible, especially our library team, particularly Kristen Frieda, Director of Library Services, Lindsay Wyckoff, Allie Jane Bruce, and graduate faculty member Molly Welsh Kruger. I would also like to give a special thank you to our amazing book discussion leaders, volunteers, and the esteemed authors and artists presenting today. We are greatly appreciative of your time and contributions. If everyone could squish in a teeny bit, there are still people arriving. Make a little room, that would be wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay, just a few details before we get started. If you are in the reading group called Si Se Puede, Yes We Can, that is with Luisa Costa as book discussion leader, your room number has changed from 405 to C21, which is in the basement. If you are in the real world with the book discussion leader, Renee Watson, your room number has changed from 711 to 709. For those of you who like to tweet, our network is events, password connect@BSC. Please use hashtag BookFest16, and this information is on the back of your program. If you need information while you're here with us, anyone with a black lanyard can help you. Those are the volunteers. Andy Latiers and his team at the Bank Street Bookstore will be selling books by all of the authors and artists presenting today in the lobby. If you have not been to the new bookstore at 107th Street and Broadway, we highly encourage you to do so once BookFest is over. This year, we are offering the opportunity to purchase a $5 raffle ticket for the prize of 2 tickets to our BookFest Conference 2016 next October 28th. This is a $160 value. We have 4 second prizes: a $50 gift certificate to the Bank Street Bookstore, a selection of best picture books, a selection of best works of middle grade and young adult fiction, and a selection of autographed works. A few other details. There are men's and women's restrooms on this lobby level and on the 4th and 7th floor where book discussions will be held. We ask that you please stick to the discussion group to which you've been assigned and also the lunch selection you have chosen. Both are indicated on the back of your name tag. If you have not already done so, please silence your phone. I would also like to call your attention to a mural in our lobby. This work was created in February by our graduate students under the guidance of one of our panelists, Hervé Touillet, author of Art Workshops for Children and Press Here. That's over the coffee table. We would also like to thank our generous sponsors, Abrams, Candlewick, Charlesbridge, Chronicle Books, Cinco Puntos Press, Club Leo, Scholastic, Creston Books, Hardball Press, Holiday House, Little Brown and Company Books for Young Readers, Macmillan, Peachtree, Penguin Random House, Scholastic and Simon & Schuster. And special thanks to KidLit TV and to EPIC for its sponsorship of the live streaming of this event. And now it is my great pleasure to begin our morning. Our first panel discussion, Reading with Pictures, Visual Literacy Yesterday and Today, will be moderated by Leonard Marcus. Leonard is one of the world's leading writers about children's books and the people who create them. His award-winning books include Margaret Wise Brown, Awakened by the Moon, Dear Genius, The Letters of Ursula Nordstrom, Show Me a Story, and more than 20 others. He is a frequent contributor to the New York Times and Hornbook. Exhibits curated by Leonard include the New York Public Library's landmark, The ABC of It, Why Children's Books Matter, and the Picture Book Reimagined, the Children's Book Legacy of Pratt Institute, and the Bank Street College of Education at Pratt Gallery. Leonard's panel will look at visual literacy from a variety of perspectives. Leonard will interview Lindsay Wyckoff, archivist at Bank Street, Françoise Mouly, publisher of Toon Books, Rudy Gutierrez, and Raul Colon. Panelists and moderator, please take the stage.
Well, good morning, everybody. You can hear me, yes? Okay, all right. So when I think of the term visual literacy, the experience that comes to mind is being in an art museum. So often I notice the people in art museums step up to a painting, but instead of looking at the picture, they read the wall label. And to me, what that suggests is that many of us grow up feeling very uncomfortable with looking at pictures in a meaningful way, and we sort of fall back on words, which is the other language that we have for thinking about things. I want to try to understand from our panelists what can be done and what is being done through picture books and through teaching to help children keep that ability to feel comfortable and with pictures and to see the visual world as an expressive medium and one where communication is valuable. So I thought we would start with the past and work our way toward the future. And so Lindsay, of course, is the archivist here. And in the course of curating the exhibition that was just mentioned at the Pratt Manhattan Gallery, which was up all summer, my favorite thing that emerged from the archive here were 4 magazines that had been published by Bank Street in the 1950s. I wonder if Lindsay would tell us a little bit about why they were so interesting.
Hi. So these were magazines published by the Associates of Bank Street College, which was a little organization that we formed here to promote the work that we were doing with children and the work that we were doing with adults at the time. And I feel like in that sort of early 50s time period, people tend to think most of the work we were doing was with writers in the Writers Lab, which a large part of it was, but we also had illustrators in the Writers Lab at that time period. And I think it was probably the charm of Lucy that brought many of them here, or the reputation of Margaret Wise Brown or Irma Black or Claudia Lewis. And a few of the illustrators working here at the time were Maurice Sendak and Crockett Johnson, and as well as Clement Hurd. And in this journal, it was an annual journal which highlighted work that we did with children and adults, as well as children's poetry and children's actual work. And the first issue was illustrated by Clement Hurd, and the following issues were illustrated by Maurice. And you can kind of see his progression as an artist in a very interesting way. It goes from almost unrecognizable, to me anyway, to very stylistically what you would expect.
Yeah, and this was the time just after he had illustrated A Hole Is to Dig, which was based, I think, largely on sketches that he did here at Bank Street in the nursery school. So it's a kind of amazing reflection of an artist in the making who, in each of these magazines, was working in a different style, always observing children very closely. One of the ideas that emerged here at Bank Street about children's book illustration early on, something that was debated, was whether the characters in books for very young children should have faces or not. The argument against faces was that it would be easier for the child looking at the book to see him or herself in that image. And I was wondering if our two illustrators who are on the panel, and Francoise, as a publisher of books for young children, would like to comment on that, and more generally on the question of what it takes to engage a young child in a picture that tells a story. Roel, would you want to start?
Okay, well, let me see, let me think about that. So we're discussing faces?
Well,
is that what we want to talk about?
If that
should be in part of the child's imagination?
Universal part of visual.
I mean, I think in picture books, one of the main things that happens is the child finds someone or something in the book to identify with.
Yeah. Well, as a child, I identified with everything because, you know, if it was a hero, I wanted to be that hero. You know, if it was Spider-Man, it was Spider-Man. I admired him. But it is true, children, if they see somebody that looks like them, a lot of educators have told me this, and a lot of people who teach say that children like to see themselves in the visuals. So I think the idea is to do something where they can relate to, but my view is also that we have to be careful because a child's imagination takes him wherever he wants to go with it. So we have to also be careful that we don't limit the child to a certain image only. A child should be able to relate to everything. So it's good to have books where they can see themselves, like if we're talking ethnically, see somebody that looks like them and their friends. But we, as an illustrator, I also want to make pictures where they see somebody that doesn't look like them and also relate to the story. So I have ideas that it's good to do both. It's good to expand what they can associate with or associate with themselves, but also try to take them to another level also.
I think those are important considerations for publishers, and specifically that's why I like working with artists, and I think of it as authors of children's books. It's the artists as themselves the authors rather than illustrating somebody else's work, and then they can actually, as Raoul was saying, do something with their channels, their inner child, and as such, as Raoul also mentioned, kids are always interpreting and imagining and discovering the world, and they have the ability to see characters in very abstract shapes. So that's something that we can take advantage of and not segment as publishers, not segment of like girls' books or boys' books, or try to appeal to what we conceive as like a sellable market, but be trusting of what the artist can provide, because that will be more real than some kind of marketing idea.
Yeah, I mean, you remind me of sort of an experiment that you can draw a circle on a blackboard and put 2 dots there, and everyone will recognize that.
It's actually called the Topfer effect, and it's based on Rudolf Topfer, who invented cartoons and comics in 1840, a Swiss gentleman who was actually a school teacher, and he ended up doing this for 2 reasons. One is that his eyesight wasn't very good, so he actually would have liked to be a representative painter. But the other is that he was spending hours supervising a room full of unruly teenagers, and one of the ways he was amusing them is those picture stories. And it allowed him to truly invent the medium of words and pictures. And it is a distinction that I make between, you're referring to Crockett Johnson, Clement Hurd, Maurice Sendak. Those were authors, and a lot of the great children's books are actually written by cartoonists. We have moved historically from a great heyday of children's books where the artists were the authors, to a system in the 70s and 80s where there would be a manuscript that would be acquired by a publisher from a well-known author and then given to an illustrator to illustrate. Fortunately, that trend is now reversing, and I think that's why we're seeing an explosion of interesting children's books, and that's something that at Toon Books we've been specifically advocating, is like, let the artists tell the story so children will be able to read it. Now we need to educate the gatekeepers, the librarians, and the teachers, and eventually the parents, and take that drive of this universal ability to read cartoons and pictures.
All right, Rudy.
Yeah, I very much believe in no borders, no labels, no categories, which I find to be artificial. So if I do a book that's based around a Latino child, what's to stop a white kid from relating to it? And I can give you a little story. I did a reading for a kindergarten group. They're so tiny. And afterwards, there was a question and answer period. And so I answered everyone's questions, and they were filing out. And there was a little boy in the back, and he was crying. And so I noticed him, and I got the librarian to bring him over. And I said, hey, what's the matter? What's the matter, little man? And he looks up at me, and he goes, I didn't get to ask my question. And I said, well, I'm right here. Ask me whatever you want. And this little kindergarten kid looks up at me and says, do you paint auras? Now, he's looking at my art, and he sees the energy that I do put around people. And he's reading it exactly for what it is. Doesn't matter whether it's a Latino story, Asian story, African American story, he relates to the energy. And we sometimes underestimate kids, and I think that's crazy. They're amazing, so they know it. It's up to their parents to buy these books that cross borders. And that's how we all get educated. That's how we break down barriers. That's how we break down labels. That's how we break down nonsense.
All right. So my biographer self is very curious about what the very first images that each of you remember from either books or soup can labels or whatever it might be, that somehow made an impression on you.
Okay. Well, I can say the first story that I read that made an impression on me. I read comic books and all that. So I mentioned already Spider-Man and all that. I'm a Spider-Man fan. Hey, Steve Ditko, the illustrator. I got to give him some credit, the original. But I used to read my sister's books. I was in 2nd or 3rd grade, and I thought my books were boring, Dick and Jane or whatever, boring. So I would read hers. First because I would look at the pictures. They were a little more sophisticated. She was in 6th grade or almost in middle school, and so they had better illustrations. Wow, these guys can draw. But looking at those, I also wanted to read the story. So the story that first impressed me and the image was of this crazy story of a man who would ride in the night and scare people, and he had no head. The Headless Horseman, Sleepy Hollow. And that was the first story that really impressed me. and one of my favorites. And I didn't understand half of it because when I read it again as an adult, I said, I couldn't have understood these words. What the? I don't even understand them now, some of the words that Washington Irving used. But the story did impress me, and I tried to draw the Headless Horseman many times. And there's a book where they ask a lot of authors to draw their favorite story as a child, and I did an illustration of that one, my favorite one. So yeah, that image of him with a pumpkin over his head and riding the horse.
Hard to forget.
It's a big impression. Yeah.
It is. I found it to this.
I grew up in France, and as a kid, I worked really hard in school to get the prizes that they gave at the end of the year, and that was an illustrated book of fairy tales, and I remember having worked like a whole year for that book, so I spent so much time with it, rereading the stories, but also looking at the pictures. But what really gave me a sense of the possibility of comics, per se, was a French magazine called Pilote when I was a bit older, when I was a teenager, with a comic strip by Fred, cartoonist, that actually like lifted the corner of the panels and played with the form. So he was a deconstructionist avant la lettre, and that was my introduction to Roland Barthes and Gilles Deleuze and all of the intellectual appreciation of the medium. And that's actually a cartoonist that has influenced a lot of European cartoonists as well. And he himself had been influenced by American comics, and the Mad magazine of Harvey Kurtzman made it over to France, and all of those cartoonists were playing with the form, and that's very intellectually stimulating.
Yeah. Raoul?
I grew up in the South Bronx up until age 8, and I would hear my father tell stories about. I don't feel so bad telling this story now since Raoul was talking about a headless man. But he told a story about going to the barbershop and seeing someone's head roll out the door. Right? So I'm like, okay. So maybe that's why I was drawn to this series of books that we had dealing with folk tales and fables, that kind of thing. But the first drawing that I remember seeing, aside from Saturday morning cartoons and Gigantor and things like that, was walking down the street with my aunt and seeing a drawing on the ground, and it was of a body, okay? And whoa, so I'm thinking, what is that? You know, it was a chalk drawing. And of course, I found out that it was done by the police because there was someone killed there. So it was explained to me, you know, and I thought, why would someone make fun of that by doing a drawing? And then I realized later, wow, it was about communication. Drawing is communication, whether it's petroglyphs, you know, from the beginning of time to Egyptology to, you know, what we do now in terms of graffiti, or whether it lands in a children's book, it's always about accessibility, communication. So even when it's a dark kind of thing like that, it still is about communication. And it brings to mind that, hey, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Well, you can take that further and say it's worth memories. You know, we remember visualizations, you know, and that's the value of pictures, along with bringing in spirituality, emotion, and all of the above. These create memories in our hearts and our heads.
Yeah. Lindsay?
It was also something that was very familiar to me when I was a kid, is the large carrot in the carrot seed just really stands out. My parents had a large garden and grew a lot of organic vegetables, and I loved carrots, and I can tell it's my favorite by flipping back in my old copy, and I added about 100 extra crayon carrots that are very large as well in my copy. So
interesting.
Obviously stuck with me.
Yeah, and speaking of that book and also of faces, when it was being created, Ursula Nordstrom, the editor, made a big point of urging Crockett Johnson to keep the look of conviction on the little boy's face, not to have him mug for the audience, as so often happens in picture books. And I feel like that's a really important distinction. She, Ursula Nordstrom, was very aware of the child not so much as the audience for the book, but as someone who would be feeling connected to the experience of the book. And as a reviewer, that's something I always look for in the characters as they're drawn on the page. I actually used to cut out political cartoons when I was little and make albums out of them, because I would see my parents throw them in the trash, and I thought it was such a shame. And now I'm writing about the history of illustration, so it sort of makes sense. Yeah, I want to ask about what gets left out in pictures. I think that's one of the ways that children become engaged. Like Raoul, for example, you've done the book The Artist, which is a wordless book. So in a sense, we could say that...
You mean draw?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you've told the story only in pictures rather than with words too. But there are other ways of doing it as well. And it seems to me that the artist who is telling a story and communicating, and I think, Francoise, didn't your husband say that the action in a comic strip happens between the images? The part that you don't actually see, but it's in here. So I wonder if you would all talk about that as it relates to your own work.
Well, in the case of Draw, for instance, the thing that's missing are the words, because I actually had written some words. So it's possible that my editor didn't think much of what I wrote. But, well, she was the one who suggested, actually, you know what, you're telling the story with the pictures. Let's do away with the words. I think it'll work better. So it was Paula Wiseman, my editor, who suggested try it without the words, because you've almost told the story without it. So the words are the thing that left, the actual word. But here's the thing, like you mentioned, Leonard, the in-between, the children provided. And what happens, for instance, with this book, and I've been to a lot of classes and talked to children and all that. I went to a school where they had their own little books for Draw with words. The teacher or the librarian, I can't remember who it was, had the children do a project where they wrote words to the story in their own way. So when I got there, they all had their little book with all their dialogue or whatever, according to them, based on what they saw in the picture book. So they were telling their own stories and using words. And probably they were filling in the in-betweens. And of course they were, because their stories took the book to another level. You know, the story I thought of, they could take it somewhere else, which is great because they were using their own imagination to fill in those spaces that you mentioned. So yes, that is true. I believe that happens. And that's the part you leave out. So you when you've done this enough, you start to realize what's important for each illustration. You have 32 pages most of the time in a picture book. So you know you have to leave a lot of stuff out. You just put the important clues that leads from one visual to the other, and the child will provide the rest. And believe me, I'm telling you the truth, because when an adult sees this, an adult goes through this like in, 3 seconds, they go on. Meanwhile, the child is like, oh yeah, here's oh, he's got a little turtle here, look at that over there. The child sees a lot more. They're better readers than you adults, so you better get ready. So in that case, it works.
So much gets left out in the traditional way. Besides the Toon books, I'm also the art editor of the New Yorker, and I do the cover every week. And here you have an artist giving a whole story simply with the image and without any kind of caption or explanation, and the words cannot, even the title is not written on it, and there is no explanation that contains the image, and those images really register. And part of it is that issue of communication, because unlike a painting in a museum, a book that is printed or cover of a magazine needs to be read by the reader, and they make the story happen. So the reader makes the story happen in her or his head. It's an important event because you actually actively decipher, the same way you make the story happen with those little squiggles that you turn into words, that you turn into a story, and you imagine what Madame Bovary looks like. When you're looking at an image, there's often the misconception that it's spelled out for you, so therefore it dampens the imagination, but quite the opposite. You have to understand that especially in cartoons, so in children's books, those are ciphers and diagrams, and they can be interpreted in different ways. And I see this with the New Yorker covers, where I get completely different interpretations coming back. And many teachers actually use those images as starting point, as they did with Raoul's book, of showing it to a classroom and have everybody tell the story, and they're not always the same because it depends on the reader. I was talking to Jeffrey Hayes, who's done comic books for us, and before that he was doing early readers for a traditional publisher, and they had a rule, which is that whatever was written in the words must be illustrated in the picture. And to me, that's a complete waste of your reader's attention, because if you're asked to read, and it is difficult, you have to think of it as a kid having to spend an inordinate amount of effort to make those words out, and they read the cat is in front of the fire, and then the picture is a cat in front of the fire. They've wasted their entire time because they didn't need the words for it. So it is, in the comics, we always make sure that the reader wants to read the words, either because they see that Benny is angry at his little sister and they want to know what he's saying and why he's angry, and you can convey a lot of information about the emotional content. That's what you were talking about, what the characters feel. I think the books can be very, very helpful for visual readers, which is pretty much a component of everybody's literacy, to see not just what the word sounds like, but also what the story feels like.
I love the idea of that in-between that you brought up. I would add to that underneath as well. When I do a piece of art, I'm also thinking about opening doors for children to walk through. Now, what's on the other side of the door is up to them. You know, I'm just giving certain direction with what goes underneath. So underneath always has to do with my mission. What is my mission? What is my mission as I walk through life? What is my specific mission with the book? What is my agenda? So if my mission is to uplift and inspire, then I'm hopefully opening doors that children walk through where they feel inspired, where they feel their validity. That's what it's about for me. So it's the underneath and the opening of doors and windows that children can look through and see what they need to see.
I wonder if someone here in the audience would like to ask a question, because we just have a few more minutes. Anybody? Yeah. Speak up, please.
Sorry, continuing on from what you were just talking about, the emotional resonance in books. I'd be curious, especially for the illustrators, of how much of that should be carried in illustration versus text. And if that is on the page, or if that also is in the imaging spaces. That, you know, the real heart and emotional resonance, maybe that was not the climax of.
For me, emotion is a beautiful thing, not something to run from, not something to hide from. However, like I said, there are things that lie underneath that as well. So yeah, I might explain a certain emotion visually, but then there's underlying things that might happen with symbolic imagery, let's say. So yeah, that's something that I don't run from, ever.
I think you have the advantage when you're drawing of being able to show expressions and body gestures. And I was talking to a professor of psychology, and she was pointing out that communication for young children, the world that they live in, is multimodal. They get information not just from what is said to them, but also from what it smells like. And if I'm calling my kids at, 4 o'clock saying like, cookies are ready, I could say it in French. They'll all run in because they are hungry and they smell the cookies and they know it's snack time. So there is a whole way in which communication is not just limited for a young child to just what she hears or the words, but what she sees. And you could say to her, I love you, but if your intonation and your gesturing contradicts that, she'll know the difference. And in comics specifically, most artists actually use this interplay of the words and the picture to represent a more textured, multidimensional, multimodal world.
Yeah, my first book was a child whose father wasn't around all the time, which was a difficult book to illustrate for your first one. Would have been nice if it was a duck or a cat story, but there's a part in the story where the father visits the children at the farm, the grandparents' farm, and that's when he sees his children, and the child is happy to have him there. And so I had to illustrate one part where the father's with the child, and that's all it said, she's there with dad. And I decided to illustrate it with the father with his arms around his daughter and embracing her in the night when all these fireflies are around them and the stars. And I think the story simply mentioned that dad was with daughter, but the illustration showed what she probably felt having her dad embrace her. So the illustration can show emotion in that way, sometimes even more than the text can, of course.
Yes.
I just was curious about your thoughts about using inanimate objects as the protagonist in the story, and how you feel about that personally, and whether you've done so, and why you think that may or may not be important for children. Because there seem to be a lot of those out there, like a rock, for instance.
Well, we project, we anthropomorphize inanimate object. I mean, when you are dealing with your computer and you just like bang at it because it's not doing it, everything has a personality for us. And children do that very readily, and that's why you can have books like Hervé Tullé's books that are purely abstract and still communicate readily to children. They actually reduce everything, kids reduce everything to the main outline of things, so that babies will respond to a have a nice day face at about the same time as they start recognizing their mothers. This is something that cartoonists have in common with children, is reducing everything to a few symbols and ciphers, and that's the building blocks of organizing things. So it can be a realistic depiction of the world, but often in children's books it can be an abstraction of a complex and chaotic world laid out in a way that makes sense. That's something that a teacher was pointing out to me, is that, we think children want fantasy. Actually, they live in a world of just a deluge of information, and what they want and what they get from books is structure to organize that information, to put it together. They are basically little lineages. They want to label things. And the stories and the characters become an architecture on which they can build all of the new experiences that they will have. So it can take place, Crockett Johnson, the magic crayon is you know, the essence of a little boy, but a girl will have no problem identifying with that cipher of a young child.
One more question? Okay, one more question. Yeah.
To the great illustrators on this panel, thank you for your work, past, present, and future. My question is there any subject that you would love to illustrate in this genre that you have as of yet?
Well, I want to get to that duck. I haven't done one of those, so I like to do that cat or a dog story. I mean, draw got close to it because it had to do with animals, but one where the character is an animal. Yeah, I'm trying to, and I have a few ideas, and probably it'll come out when I'm done with my deadlines, and to get that out, sure.
Good question. At first I said, well, there's nothing really in particular, but then I realized, yeah, I want to do something on dreaming, dreams. The dreams that I had as a young boy, 12 years old, I sat in my living room while a party was going on, and I heard this incredible music. And it was a mixture of all the things that I was not seeing jointly. So there was Latin music, rock, jazz, all of that coming together in this one group. And the group's name was Santana. And I was 12 years old, and I'm 12 years old, and I had to find the album cover, and I found the album cover, and this art that was on the album cover was incredible. And in that moment, I said, I want to do this. I want to do album covers and maybe even do a Santana cover one day. So I'm 12 years old. This is like 1970, and I'm dreaming this. And I would just say this, dreams do come true. And what's better than maybe showing that to kids, and that's what I attempt to do. So 30-something years, I'm now on the phone with Carlos Santana, and he's telling me, you know, what he wants for his album, because he's seeing the influences that I had and how it went through me. So yeah, I think it would be dreams. That just came to me right now. Don't be afraid to dream.
All right, okay. Well, thank you so much. This was great. Thank you to all of you, and thank you.
That was wonderful, thank you. Our next panel, Artists and Illustrators Talk Visual Literacy, will be moderated by Dr. Susanna Richards. Susanna is a professor of reading and language arts at Eastern Connecticut State University, where she teaches courses in literacy with a literature emphasis. She was a member of the 2013 Newbery Committee. She regularly presents at and organizes events about books and literacy all over the country. The panel will focus on how storytelling is naturally visual. Suzanne's panelists include Laurent Lin, Hervé Touillet, Angela Dominguez, Jason Chin, Brian Pigney, and Christopher Myers, all award-winning author illustrators. Panelists, if you would please take the stage.
How's everybody? How's everybody today? I like this room. It's very cool. Okay, maybe Leonard and I should have talked a little bit because, you know, he apparently, and I think a little more alike than I realized. But we're going to make this work. It's going to be great. I love the fact that there's so many talented artists here to share with us today. And I'm not going to spend any time going over their biographies because Google is a verb. And they're all taller and talented, and I am thrilled that they're here with us today. So they also have very different styles, and so we're going to try to mess with some of the images and other things today, but we're really, really kind of excited to be here today with all of them, and we're going to get going. I'm going to do a really quick introduction. The whole idea of visual literacy is telling stories with images. And I want you to just really quickly think about some different things. So look, eventually you'll get to see all of these again. But I wanted to start a little bit with a little bit of grounding. I grew up in Brooklyn, and I started to think back about the images that really influenced my life and how I am the way that I am. Some people would say that I'm a little bit serendipitous and I'm a little bit ubiquitous. I'm sure each of the panelists has seen me in places where they weren't even sure that I was going to show up. And so I started thinking about the images that influenced my early life. And they included everything from the Edward Hicks to the Klaus Oldenburg to the Jean Dubuffet, who was actually the first artist I ever met as a child because my mother was responsible for getting that sculpture to New York, to a George Roll image that sat outside my bedroom in my parents' house that today still haunts me, and other things like that. But the kinds of images that take us from one place to another. And then I started thinking about the role of art in kids' lives, and I'm kind of excited about this new Michael Bird book, Vincent's Starry Night and Other Stories, A Children's History of Art. And then I started thinking about the fact that I was very lucky to have worked in a workshop with Philip Yenawine very early in my life. Okay, when I was, I think, in my 20s and other things, and the influence in the early 1990s that these books had on me as I would walk around and look at MoMA. And this is a quote by Philip Yenawine, which is going to frame our conversation today. The ability to find meaning in imagery, it involves a set of skills ranging from simple identification, naming what one sees, to complex interpretation on contextual, metaphorical, and philosophical levels. Many aspects of cognition are called upon, such as personal association, questioning, speculating, analyzing, fact-finding, and categorizing. Objective understanding is the premise of much of this literacy, but subjective and affective aspects of knowing are equally important. I just want to remind you that we're going back to Louise Rosenblatt's transactional knowing. So then, I thought I'd pull out a couple of fun things that if you don't know, I was so excited earlier this month when on Studio 360, this is your brain on art. I thought this was the kind of podcast that many of you would be interested in, and I thought our artists who may not have had a chance to hear it might even appreciate it. And then, I love this, the art assignment, which is actually Sarah Uris Green, who happens to be John Green's wife, but we don't really care because she's Sarah Uris Green, and she is a curator. She has a PBS online show called The Art Assignment, which is an amazing opportunity to explore contemporary and living artists, and also gives them an assignment at the end. And then last but not least, my shout out to the fact that we've all been influenced by books about images and other things like that, from, of course, Yuri Shulevitz, the composition book, to Mark Gagne's books, to Scott McCloud, to Chip Kidd, and other things. And, we all know that 2016 is the 25th anniversary of Molly Bang's Picture This. How pictures work. We're thrilled and excited about that. And we're going to have a chance to hear Megan a little bit. This isn't just for you. I've had this slide in my slideshows every day since I got the card for this book. Poor Megan, she and I think we've been friends, actually, for a million years since the opening of the Eric Carle. But now we're going to get to the really good stuff, which is all of you, and the kinds of things that you do, and the kinds of things that you're interested in, because I'm not going to talk. So, what we're really interested in, and rather than having you all speak, I want those of you to speak who are really excited about any of these particular questions. And this is a little similar to a question that Leonard wrote, but I'm going to shape it a little bit differently. What are the images for your life that have influenced you, and how they impact how you tell stories. What are the images from your life that have influenced you, and how do they impact how you tell stories? And if even Laura and Angelin, if you guys want to push back even a little bit so you can see when other people are talking, that's great. In my dream, this would be our living room and other things like that, but no, forget it. Okay, so what are the images that have influenced you, and how have they influenced how you tell stories? Anybody?
I'll jump in.
Okay.
I'm awake now. This is okay. So.
Did you expect anything less? Go.
No, not at all. I love it. So it's interesting because it's me, but it's also kids today as well. Well, when I was a kid, there were 3 channels on TV and no internet, no any of that. Kids now, it's a visual world. It's a completely visual world. And so the images for me, it was, I'm first generation Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers, all of that. So it's really a cinematic storytelling that I think about. And with illustrating children's books, I think of it as theater and movie, cinema seat. The Tommy DePaola, the kind of Maurice Sendak way, is kind of a theater seat. You're in one position, you're looking at a flat stage, and you're seeing it unfold that way. And then there's the cinema seat. And illustrators now, and the way I think about it too, is in a cinema way, different. We talk about art with bird's eye view, close up, pull back, all those kind of terms, because that is how we think now. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's great to think about illustration in that way. So visually for me, I think that's what really has influenced me, is that illustration that I grew up with, but also TV and film has truly informed, I think, the way that I approach art. And it's also thinking about film, not now, digital, but with frames. And it goes back to, we're talking about cartoon panels and things like that. What is that moment you're going to illustrate in that scene? What is the peak moment? Is it right before the action, right after the action, or is it during the action? And so that's the way I think about art.
I would say what did make sense to me was the first time I've been in a project. And to me, this is a perfect picture because I've been in a place I haven't been before. And I discover how I could read my books, how I could work with the children, how I could be helpful for a teacher and a librarian. So to me, it give a sense to my work to create innovative books for people that need books every day.
Anybody else? Brian?
Yeah, I'll take that on. I think the first images that I saw in books were of myself, actually. As you know, my father is Jerry Pinkney, so if my father illustrated a book, I was in it.
We have a family thing going on.
Yeah, right? Isn't that true? Right. So my father was doing a book about a little boy from Africa, and I would see him working on it. He would dress me up like this little boy from Africa, photograph me and put me in the book. So there was always a connection with art making, storytelling, and then the embodying of the character in the story. So I literally was the character in the story. And I think so now, as I illustrate, I'm always embodying the character in my own books. So I figure kids identify with that also.
Chris, do you have anything to say about that, having grown up with a father who didn't really draw, at least?
My dad didn't love me like that. But in terms of this question of, what are the images that influence you, or that, I'm interested in this idea of the switch from stage to film. That's totally interesting to me. I also think that one of the things that's really useful about making kids' books is that you can also draw on these other art histories. So it's not simply like, I think you can very much see the stage in, let's say, Maurice Sendak. You can see how people have switched to this kind of filmic thing, even in Draw. Draw has got a filmic thing with like use of perspectives and that sort of thing. But then for me, I've also been super influenced by other visualities. Like, so for example, I'm really interested in like quilt techniques, like from the quilts of Gee's Bend or the Asafo flags in Ghana. Those are storytelling picture devices that we can draw on as illustrators, that we weave together all these other histories of kind of visuality. And then the other thing, and this is, you talk about like, what's the image that's influenced me most recently? I was just in Munich with all these refugee kids. None of them were necessarily, super facile with their drawing, but they all could draw maps. And maps is another, and so they were all into their maps. So I had them draw the maps of their journeys, which were, of course, at moments harrowing and a bit scary. For example, we walked from Mali to Senegal. Then, as a family, we walked from Senegal to Libya. Then we got on a boat. The boat took us to Italy. Then we took a train from Italy to Munich. This sort of thing, which is as much a kind of visual legacy that these kids who did not speak the same language as me or as each other, there were easily 15, 20 languages in the room at any one time. This was the most influential kind of image to me in the last little bit, is these maps that these young people drew. And so for all of my work, I'm often, the first thing I think of before I do a book is, what is the visual legacy that I'm trying to carry out? What is the history that I'm thinking about? So some are very, very much filmic or staged, as in Firebird. Looking Like Me is all about these West African Asafo flags. And so I think that's one of the things that we all have in common here, is that we can borrow from all these visual histories. Jason's work borrows a lot from kind of scientific visualization and what that is, or at least I see that, but maybe Jason's gonna be like, nah, son, what's your problem?
Hey, Jason, I made up an answer for you, so I don't know if you want to answer this question, but if you do, I would encourage you to.
You made up an answer for me? Do you want to answer it for me?
No. Jason is the person I've known since the youngest point in his life.
Right. So I had a big artistic influence. I had a mentor who is a picture book illustrator, Trina Hyman, who I grew up with in the same town. I mean, I didn't. She was older than me, obviously, but I grew up in her town. So her art was everywhere, and I don't know what. I don't know. There's pictures, but it was always hanging in our library and stuff. So it was always there, and so I was always very conscious of it. So that was a big influence. But movies and cinema were huge, and
I was surprised when you sent me Star Wars image.
Yes, Star Wars, which it was very influential for me, and it's great because it's still current, So I really relate to all the kids I meet at schools and stuff. And I thought art museums were real boring. I couldn't stand them. Until I saw a Howard Pyle illustration. I don't know if you know the illustration from Marooned. That made a huge influence. Like suddenly I was in this boring art museum, and then I was very interested in that image. Really, I really connected with it. And now I have a print of it in my dining room, which is maybe I don't know, morose thing for a dining room, but that's where it is.
I guess partially film and TV. I was raised in a single-parent home, so the TV was my babysitter a lot of times, also with my older brother. And I remember seeing Disney movies and saying that I wanted to be a director as a kid. And in a way, I am directing with my books, visually, trying to tell a narrative and how to build up that emotional thread throughout the book. And then also, I did want to be a fine artist for a long time, so I studied fine art. I loved art history. I was really motivated and inspired by Wayne Thiebaud. I loved his use of colors and perspective, and also just anything I would see. I collected Entertainment Weekly illustrations and put it in a binder, and I had that from the age of 14 on, and I would do that with any magazine that I had. So I was always the visual collector, and I was inspired by a lot of images.
All right, for anybody, talk a little bit about how visual storytelling is challenging to you. Literally, how is it challenging? And what is it that you're trying to accomplish? And if you want to speak about, because they can Google and find a book in which there was an image or two which were particularly challenging to you. Ray, you want to start and play? It just seems, you know, play.
No, I don't want to start.
Okay.
I can start. Well, this is about playing also. On the Ball, my latest book. It was challenging because not one particular images, but I've probably did over 1,500 images for this book. Yeah, the initial.
32 pages, right?
It's 32 now, but originally it was supposed to be a graphic novel, and then it was going to be a wordless chapter book, and then it ended up being a picture book. So I have 100. I mean, I have a feeling there's going to be some more books in the stacks and stacks of drawings. But what was difficult about it was I didn't know what the story was when I started. I started with just images, and I just painted what I loved. This boy having this adventure over and over again, to the point where I knew this character so well, I could draw him very simply. And then, because I had drawn so many images to tell this story, it was a matter of just picking the few that told the story. And when I realized the character was a picture age character, I thought, this is the book. But I still have thousands of images which are just stacked around. So if anybody's interested in purchasing artwork, I have a lot of images in my studio now. Just saying.
He's got his pickup truck out inside so, with all his art. No, I'm making that up. What I illustrate, Draw the Line my novel is a YA novel, and the main character is an illustrator. He's a 16-year-old illustrator who draws comics, and it's about how to fight brutality through art. And so there are 90 pages of illustrations in the novel, so it's a very illustrated adult novel, and that's happening more and more. Middle grade, obviously, is very illustrated, but a lot of YA is also illustrated. And it's a different kind of illustration from picture book illustration, which I'm very familiar with because another hat is I'm art director at Simon & Schuster. So, but for this, though, it was really, what was really difficult for me is the text comes first because for a picture book, the illustration, it's called a picture book. The visual literacy is illustration. A lot of the readers of picture books are not readers yet. So illustrating for older children, for this, there are scenes that, a brutality of a hate crime. And so how to approach that, how far to go, how do you really go far with it and show it, his interpretation of it or not? And someone asked a question, previous panel, about emotion and the illustration. And there's certain ways you can get emotion in the text, but it is through the art. And so how I approached those scenes where it's a really horrible gay bashing, actually. And so it's the main character's interpretation. It's not my art, it's his art, my art. But what to show, but readers, especially teens now, as we know, can handle a lot. And in fact, they need to see that because every child is looking to books for inspiration, but also how to focus their emotions that are confusing for them, how to deal with situations. They look for guidance through the main characters of our books, no matter what age. And so it's a way of showing, here's a way that you can deal with it in a healthy way to get to a place through the dark tunnel into the light. And so I had to really go there, but I really went there with those scenes, and that was exceedingly difficult. But I think it's important.
To piggyback onto what you're saying, one of the things that was interesting with these kids in Munich and what I've been finding just traveling around is that there is a lot that is unspeakable, especially in children's lives. Children's lives are made of these gaps, these aporias, this sense of things that are either beyond words for them or that we don't want those words to necessarily have to come out of their mouths. And I think that oftentimes visuality can bridge that unspeakable gap. The things that, there's so many kids that, I've been thinking a lot about trauma and how trauma functions. And the unspeakability of trauma is often the lasting repercussion. So, it's not like trauma is never like falling downstairs, where there's like, you fall down the stairs, you're hurt, and there's a steady drumbeat of healing that happens afterwards, so that the line goes directly up. The healing that is involved in all kinds of traumas, and again, I think that that's central to thinking about what are we giving our children, is a stutter step kind of healing. It goes slowly. It's not linear. It doesn't, and I think that words unfold linearly. That's how texts unfold. Even the most nonlinear kind of text, you look at even a Finnegan's Wake, that I started at the beginning. I still don't know what happened, but hey.
Not alone.
That being said, there is something that's particularly useful about visuality in thinking about these issues of trauma, of gaps, of that which is unspeakable in a child's life. And that may not even be, we tend to hierarchize our traumas. But, those traumas can be things, for kids, you don't know what is necessarily affecting them. But to give them a space in which to think the unspeakable without necessarily having to speak it is a real gift that I think illustration does.
There's so much potential in this idea of the visual, and we know that in earlier cultures, visual literacy was actually more valued because you were dependent on visual literacy. It wasn't book or image versus words, it was images to tell stories and other things. Hervé?
No.
You look like you had something you wanted to say.
No, just a word. But you forget sounds.
I think that's a really good point. The role of sound.
Some people speak more English than I'm doing, so they can explain more. But I feel that there's so many ways to speak. I mean, if you start with the baby got so many languages. The baby got a body language, got a spiritual language. The baby got everything. I think the children are linked all together from age to the baby. So they are able to understand a lot of languages. But by the time adults, word give us a way, and they explain that you are going to read and you are going to be a lawyer, and so suddenly it's become into something very, very straight from one point to another, and there's so many ways with the books to express so many things without necessarily link a text and a picture, and especially sounds are really interesting to me, and in my own experience, I could say that when I'm abroad, away, even here, the translator is a bit disappointing because for 20 minutes I don't need a translator. even in Japan or China or whatever. So.
I think that's a really good point. And of course, Pat Cole talks about the linguistic genius of babies and how we can acquire language and sound and all the things. But what's really interesting to me when you say that is, Hervé, let's talk about your trilogy. The Press Here, Mix It Up, and the newest book, Let's Play. These are storytelling that really use interaction, the book is object, and that whole idea of how do you want the story to go. I mean, it's really all about that. How did you move from some of your other work that you had previously done to this idea of the interaction of the book as object with a little bit of visual tour de force?
The writers used to say that they are always doing the same book, and I think I'm always doing the same book. And I can explain my first book, which was called How Mummy Meets Daddy. And it was exactly, I can explain all of my book with the first one. So I think I dig the same hole, and when I say hole, It's on purpose because the first book was with holes. And yeah, from experiences to experiences, from strong experiences as becoming a writer, going in schools, and living my books and so on, and being a guy interacting with a classroom, interacting with a school or whatever, it's become more and more important to me to try to put this experience into the books in some ways. And I have to say that I had a master, and my master was Leo Leoni, and I was jealous. I was jealous of the rape paper that was crying and give emotions, and I was really jealous of that book in a very good way. But I mean, this book is so ambitious and innovative, and I think that I could take advantage of this innovation to try to take advantage of this experience and to go further.
I think there's so many different things that happen, and many of you are able to control your images because you're also creating the book, the other elements of the book, but many of you also have parts of the images dictated by a text that you're given. I'm curious, for those of you who have illustrated other texts, how you create the visual images and whether or not there has historically been any negotiation in order for you to tell the story visually. So, Angela, do you want to start?
Sure. I guess for me, it's always through the research and visualizing the characters. For me, that's so important because if I have the characters and I have a vehicle to get into their world, because I'm trying to create this whole world and environment. And when it's other people's projects, I mean, you do want to respect the idea that they have a vision for it. And sometimes, especially with like the Lola Bean series, it's all her personal history. So she wants it to be in a way like her own children. And so that, you know, that does give some limitations, but also gives me something very visual to look at. But with, for instance, Mango, Abuela and Me, that was about trying to relate to Meg's experience and setting it in, you know, the East Coast so that it was her experience, but at the same time bringing my own experiences and that same emotions of relating to those characters, because I grew up in the United States. All my family was from Mexico, and I was born from Mexico, but I struggled with language a little bit, and so they were basically trying to have me only speak English. So I'd have family that comes in, and I'd be able to talk to them in a somewhat, but not as fluently as I would have liked at that time. And so I was trying to impart that emotion into the story between this dynamic between Mia and the abuela. And it was probably one of the most challenging projects that I've done, because the tone, you want to make it happy, but at the same time you want to show the separation between the two characters, and you want it to be nuanced and not just kind of extreme exaggerations of sad face. So it's like, for instance, with this image, it's trying to show two people how you can be next to someone but not be able to say a word to them.
I just like reading this. I have so many emotional reactions every time I see this image, or listening to kids who are reading this image and saying, oh, this is just like when I told my parents this and they didn't want to look at me, but they, all these other types of things. Any of the rest of you for negotiating images for somebody else's text, particularly possibly someone who shares a house with you, maybe?
Yeah, that's a very complicated question. I will say that, and as many people know, that normally the author and the illustrators do not meet. So that the author writes the story, and then the editor finds the illustrator, and we illustrate it. So I've done a lot of books with Robert Sansusi, so I'll start out with him. Robert tends to write a lot. He did, the late Robert Sansusi. Yes. And I would get a manuscript that was maybe 30 pages long. That had to be a picture book, which meant there would be no room for my art. But he was so descriptive with his language that I would just read the story over and over again until I knew it so well, I'd forget about Robert. It was just a story that had to be told. And I would just make the art. And then the editor would get what I had done, And they would go back to Robert and cut all this stuff that didn't need to be in the text because I had put it in the artwork, and he was totally happy with that. Working with my wife is a little difficult. I will say we've just celebrated 25 years of being married and working together. So we have figured out a way to work together. First off, we decided that we had to come up with some ground rules, which was that Andrea wasn't able to look at my artwork until I was ready to show it to her. And if she looked at something, she couldn't say something looks weird or funny, because that would hurt. She would have to say something looks unresolved. And that way I would make up some lame excuse. Likewise, we would always have meetings where we'd look at her stories that she wrote, and I'd be able to comment on those. But now we've gotten to this point where Andrea will go to bat for me with editors, and they would be like, well, what's Brian doing for the artwork? And she'd just say, let Brian do his thing. So that's beautiful, this idea of just trusting that I will do my thing, and that we've been working together so long that we found a way to kind of, without knowing what each other's doing, to produce something beautiful together.
I just had an image of, you know, you walking in the room and being like, and Andrea looking at you being like, baby, the dishes look unresolved.
I would just say that this is very helpful, so you all can take this advice to your significant others. Again, kitchen looks unresolved, dear.
Oh, okay, it's hard to recover from that. All right, let's talk a little bit about the fact that the book, very often for many young people, the book is the first art that he or she ever has in his or her life. And so, a researcher once said that the book as an object is possibly the only art that a child will ever own, or for many children early in his or her life. Let's talk a little bit about the book as a visual object that is something to be both praised and sometimes frustrated with in terms of the confines of, for this case, we're going to talk about the printed book versus the electronic book. That's another discussion for another time someday. But what are the kinds of things that you think about in navigating the visual storytelling within the book as object, or page turn? You know all of these terms and other things like that, but what are the things that you think of? And Lauren, it would be interesting to hear, as an art director and someone involved with many people's art, some of the things that you think of when you're looking at book as object as well.
Well, I'll just say ebooks, picture books, all that topped out at 3% of sales. Now they're down to 1%. So picture books are this. They're not broken. They're not going away. And it makes sense, right? You can own it. You can chew it. You can go to your, what do you want to read tonight? But there is an ownership, and I think that speaks to your question. There's an ownership of a book. And if I were to say, you know, what books do you have from when you were growing up? You all have them, right? I would imagine. There's an ownership. And so that physical object is yours. You can sleep with it. You keep it the rest of your life. And I think, as far as like the first imagery, I once did a talk about the top 10 picture books of all time. And the #1 picture book of all time, when I put it on the screen, everybody had no clue what it was, because it happened to be a book that resonated with me. And when I was little, you know, and it's out of print. No one has it. I mean,
and the name is?
Well, it's actually, I don't remember his name now. He's a cartoonist, and he was the director of all of Jerry Lewis's movies. And it's called The Possum That Wouldn't. See? Your favorite, right? I look back, and it's a horrible book. And it really is. But the art, something I connected with it. And it wasn't the first book I ever saw, but I connected with it. And I think that's what it is that the art, so when, it depends on the age, but for a very young reader, I'm sure there are kids who don't see books until they're older, past, you know, being toddler. But it really is more, we're talking about expanding worlds and opening up new worlds. And so that balance of seeing yourself that was talked about on Leonard's panel, and then also seeing other worlds that you're not a part of. And it's a safe place. It's a place to go somewhere. It's the basic story, like Alice in Wonderland and Wizard of Oz. It's somewhere kids are controlled. Everything is controlled. And so you can't explore. You can't stick that in the wall socket. There are reasons for that. But in a book, you can go somewhere, have an adventure, and realize there's no place like home, and you have a purpose where you live. And so I think it's, visually, it's exploring the world, I think, is something I think about as an art director, it's the character, it's all character driven, but it's the world and how they grow emotionally in that. So it's not one image, it is the whole arc of the story that is important. And I think when we talk about illustration that way, it's interesting, we do, I guess, I'm curious other people, when you think of a book, do you think of one image, or do you think of the cover, or do you think of all different images flash through your head? Because it really is that arc. I know I have a lot of different answers to your question there, but...
Jason, I'm curious if you would be interested in talking about Water is Water. You actually sent a bunch of images for this, and I had a hard time putting them in an order, so you may not be happy with that. Yeah. But you spent a lot of time really working through the images for Water is Water, and there were just lots of iterations that looked like lots of time and dedication. And
yeah, I thought it was going to be impressive, but he did like 2,000, how many images? For?
Yeah, 2,000.
Yeah, 2,000. A truckload. I don't know, I did 100 or something.
This was the final image.
Yeah, that was the final image.
That's
so
the final
yeah,
image.
It actually kind of goes back to a question you asked earlier about, or maybe it was not asked yet, when do you know an image is done? Mm-hmm. and what are the challenges that you have working with another, illustrating for another author. For me, the challenge in illustrating for another author is finding a way into the story and deciding what the story is that I want to tell. So this book was very open-ended in terms of the story that could be told. And so I didn't know where I was going to begin with. I didn't have an idea of what it should be. And that's the most challenging thing, when you don't know, when you're kind of direct well, for me, it's when I feel directionless. And that came to kind of fruition, I think, in this the title page for the book, where I had an image. It took a long time to figure out what the story was going to be. I figured out the image I wanted, I did the painting, and then I realized it was this one on the bottom here. I realized after it was done, took a week to paint it, I was like, this is not going to work. I don't know why. I mean, it's fine, but something told me that one's not going to work for the book.
And did you actually send it to your editor?
Yes, well, I had this one weekend where I just kind of had I don't want to say a mental breakdown, but it kind of felt like that, where I was very, very frustrated all weekend long, and I called up my editor, and he had to kind of talk me back from the ledge.
I hear he does that a lot. Eric Roman told the story of him flying out to Chicago. Neil flying out to Chicago to talk him off the ledge. So it's Neil Porter, known as the person to talk you off the illustrative ledge.
Yeah, he said he felt like my therapist after that. But I was ready to throw out the whole book and start over, but he kept it on track. And I didn't miss the deadline by too much. But I did redo the image entirely, and so that was a challenge. But yeah, I hope that answers the question.
It doesn't matter if it does, it was enlightening.
Yeah.
It was positively enlightening and moment. As we still have a little bit of time left, and we think about this whole idea of visual play and visual storytelling and how images and other things work, the truth of the matter is, one of the things I think our audience might be interested in this idea that no visual image works in isolation. No single image works by itself without what we bring, our schema, what we bring, and what you bring to it. Can you talk a little bit about this whole idea that you have the talent to string images together to create story, which is very different than a single image that has to tell the whole story? Anybody have any questions, comments, or maybe threats on my life as a result of that question? But this whole idea of stringing images together and separating them so that the story continues to move, because if they don't turn the page, then they don't experience the entirety.
I think one of the reasons I do picture books or want to make picture books is because I have a really hard time telling a story in a single image. I do a single image and I feel like I can't, I don't know, it doesn't work for me the way I work. So I feel like I need more images to tell the story that I want to tell. So that's kind of why I do it. And yeah, so there you go. Someone else can take over.
I didn't realize we're doing this like American Idol. Okay, here we go. Well, when I was talking about, well, I talk a lot to illustrators, and one thing I talk about is if illustrators are, any illustrators here? Woo, I know a couple of you. We're taught, even if we're, yeah, I know you are, Rel. Thank God. We're taught, if you take art classes or even if you don't, culturally, we're taught to do still lifes and portraits and landscapes, a piece that stands on its own. And you have to unlearn that when you're illustrating a children's book, because it is not a standalone thing. It is like we're talking about cinematic or that kind of storyboarding of a film. There's the beginning, the middle, and the end, and it is a journey of the character. So it's an emotional arc no matter what, even if it's about an inanimate object. Someone asked about that before, but even if it's Spoon, you know, it's that story. So you're figuring out what does that character want and how do they get there, and so it is that, and I think it gets easier to think that way because we are such a visual culture, and so it's character based, but you know, a lot of portfolios I see have portraits in them or wonderful illustrations, but so I say there's two things about children's book illustration that make it completely different from any other kind of art form, and it's the storytelling. You have to have someone look at a piece of illustration and think, what comes next? What's going to make you want to see something else? And it's that emotional connection. You have to be in the shoes of that main character, or else who's going to care? You're not going to follow through. So I think that is what leads you into the next piece.
Anybody else? Brian?
Yeah, I don't think of picture books as images strung together. I always think of it as one image that's kind of broken up. So when I envision it as a memory or as a myth. It's a journey, but the whole journey exists. And then it's a matter of doing hundreds or thousands of drawings of different sections of that myth, and then kind of like whittling those down to the key moments that are most resonant, that I think will portray what this story is.
I just can't really imagine doing anything else because I love stories so much and I love the page turning experience. And I still get goosebumps when it's a really good page turn. And I think that's the thing I'm always looking for when I'm trying to do my own books.
Chris.
There's this fine line that you walk between this serial thing, the cinematic, and the book as object. And I think that that's an interesting dichotomy, because you have to think of the book as a whole. You have to think of the book as a thing that you'll give to someone, and it's perhaps, there's a way of thinking of it less as a window to a world and more as this is an object in and of itself that you receive as a whole, and you can engage with it as a whole. And I feel like it mirrors like the change that happened with like modernism and painting and that kind of thing, where all of a sudden everybody was like, well, we're not making pictures of things, we're making pictures, we're making paintings, we're making Rothkos, and it's not an image of something. I mean, or that sort of thing. I'm interested in that dichotomy, and then I'm also interested in the traditions that also play with that dichotomy. So you talk about Mexican muralists, you talk about like Siqueiros or Rivera, and you realize that these are both sequential and then objects as a whole. And I'm interested in anything that straddles those two forms. And I think that's what's exciting about the picture book, is that it allows you to be both here and there.
I consider the book as the beginning of something. I consider I'm not interested in the book and the image. I'm more interested in the book and the reading. I'm more interested in the book and what's going to happen after, what's going to happen by the reading, what's going to happen by, what's going to happen to my dots, what's going on to happen to my scribbles, or to my sounds, or whatever. So I think the book is open and is open for experiences. And to go back to the previous question where I wasn't allowed to answer.
I'll hear about that more for the rest of my life.
I consider myself, I feel myself with the same emotion in a school or in a museum. I feel exactly I've got the same feeling. I'm overwhelmed sometimes in a corridor by all the drawing, and I feel being in a museum. And I consider that my books gives, because of the low way to express myself, stain, scribble, and so on. I think I give the tools to, drawings is not impressive, are not impressive, and but they lead to the idea. They lead to, not to the drawing, not to the page, not to the story, but to the idea. And if you've got the feeling that you could find ideas with a scribble, a dot, or stripe, or whatever, and a stick figure, and a boat, and a house drawn with a triangle and a square, you could easily express your idea. So I'm into the book as a dispositive to give the feeling or the energy to create new ideas.
I love this. A phrase that I often use in my teaching is, the book is not the destination, it's the vehicle to a destination unknown. And it's not the destination. The goal is not to read the book. The goal is to see wherever the book takes you, and it can take you anywhere. I think we have time for a couple of questions, and there are probably so many, we're not going to be able to navigate them, but you may be able to catch an artist in the hall or somewhere else. Catch an artist by the brush, we'll just say. Because I don't, so way back yonder. Can you, yes. Yes, please.
I'd like to know how anybody on the panel feels, or all of you feel, about this whole controversy about cultural appropriation and who's allowed to tell a story.
That's a whole other panel.
It's a lifetime of conversation. Chris, go for it.
I'm religious about the idea that I don't want anyone to tell me what to write. You know, and in that I also really I don't believe, I'm not arrogant enough to tell anyone else what to write. So I don't have, I mean, and this is different. I have good friends and colleagues that believe that you know, that's not necessarily the way to go, but I think, you know, when you, I don't want to limit anybody's production. At the same time, I care about quality. I care about the idea that these are, I think part of what we were pointing at in this last question was that these are ritual objects, right? The books are ritual, they're, especially picture books, strangely they are they're the only communal literature thing besides holy books, right? Nobody gets up in front of anyone and, I mean, maybe someone's reading Stieg Larsson to the you know, in communities, you know, the great read-along of the girl with the dragon tattoo I've not heard of. But these are ritual objects, and I hope that whoever is making them is taking the time and the care to make them with that in mind, that this is a very serious endeavor. At the same time, you know, last night I saw a movie, Moonlight. Ridiculously good movie. If you guys want to go see something that's ridiculously good. Directed by a straight dude about, like, an African-American guy, Barry Jenkins, about gay black experience. I'm not going to say, well, he shouldn't have done that because, you know, he hasn't lived that experience. I think that that's not, you know, I think that he's an artist. He did work that was honest and real and true, and he cared about it like it was a ritual object. And I think that that is, in the end, my only criteria. And then secondly, I don't think that it's possible for anyone, if you really wanted a book that was truly my experience, it'd be really boring. I get up, I draw a lot, then I have breakfast, and I draw some more, and then I write some. Nobody wants to read that book.
And in that, you may have seen that in PW that Chris is launching an imprint in a collaboration with Knopf and Random House to make its debut in 2018. But tomorrow's okay, too, if you're ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, once everyone finishes the books, we're all done.
Okay, good. Lauren?
Some of you know my Muppet past, but I was with the Muppets for 11 years, and I was creative director for Sesame Street Muppets, and that was a huge thing we thought about all the time. I love them too. Thought about all the time, and so that's why we had green Muppets and purple Muppets and monsters, and because it's all about how to make people see people or characters or a green guy who lives in a garbage can, you know, but for who they are and not for what they look like. But with books, that can happen with illustration. That's why there are books about animals. That's why there are books about objects, because there are ways of doing that. It's like Star Trek. Early on, using alien planets to deal with social issues because there was a bit of a distance with that fantasy. Fantasy does that a lot. But with what we do, I agree. It's like if every character in my book, because I have a great deal of diversity in my book, but if every character in my book was me, it'd be called therapy and not...
It's a great line.
Well, and it shouldn't be. This is not our therapy. I mean, sometimes it is, but it has to come from a place of curiosity and has to come from a place of honesty, and certainly you don't do it in a vacuum. I mean, I have friends and colleagues who, you know, you make sure it's true, but it is such a huge, obviously a big topic, but it is so important, and so I think it's both. I think any writer can write, or any illustrator can write or illustrate about anyone else if they're doing it with care and thoughtfulness. However, we do need creators of books who come from every type of life. I mean, of course we do. And it's such a big thing. And I was talking to E.B. Lewis about this because he had this author, he won't mind me telling this story because we did it in a talk, an author photo. And he had this author photo. He's on a beach, sunglasses, a hat, scarf. And he said, I want my author photo to look like I'm a rock star or a movie star. And he said the reason is when he was growing up, for him, being a children's book illustrator was not anything anyone ever mentioned to him. It was sports, it was music, but how do we get kids now to see themselves as a potential author or illustrator? And I think it's with authors and illustrators from every walk of life, every ethnicity, every type of person, with their photos on the books, with their biographies online showing updated your website. Oh, I gotta do that. But that way you look at a book and you go, wow, this illustrator, she looks like me. She speaks my language, whatever it is. I'm using you. And that's maybe something I can do. You know, so that's how we bring it in. It's just organically, and then I have too many other thoughts on this. I have tons of thoughts on this, but I think we all do. But it really does come from the creators, so I think it's a balance of all of that. But we shouldn't be shy about it. I think we need to do it with respect.
While there are so many different parts of this conversation to continue, we are running out of time. Sometimes our time just runs out. We want to thank you for all your potential in sharing your visual world with so many people. And the last thing Alfred Tatum talks about our textual lineage. I want you to think about what are your visual lineages and how are you helping kids to find their visual lineages. Because I couldn't make up one for any of them, here is a very brief instance of my visual lineage and the kinds of things. The last thing being a piece of Joseph Frank fabric of Manhattan, if you don't recognize that, which I'm obsessed about. So thank you so much for being here, and I'm hoping that we'll have some time for short conversations, and thank you for sharing your visual journeys with us today.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful, all of you. Okay, now we're going to take a 15-minute break. The program says 11:25, but we're going to give everyone until 11:30. Please be seated by 11:30 so that we can begin.
Yeah, we're live? Oh, okay, great. Well, fresh off the panel, we have Laurent Lynn here with his book, Draw the Line. Yes, and so, I mean, you said is it not autobiographical?
No.
Well, no, but it's the character looks a little like you.
Well, for the art, I am the cheapest model I have, so I can take photo reference of myself to use for draw. But the book itself is not really autobiographical. There are elements, of course, but it really has to be the main character's story. And my life, happily, was not as exciting as his life, because his life was exciting in different ways. But I really wanted to draw on some of my own experience, of course. But this takes place today. It's a very contemporary story, and teens are facing a lot of things in different ways than I'd had to. So so even if you're doing contemporary realistic fiction, it still involves a lot of research, because the world keeps changing, and there are different things that readers are looking to, different answers they're looking for now than in the past.
You're on the board of Society of Illustrators, and this week is the opening of the original art show. So tell us about that.
So it's the Society of Illustrators in New York City, which is it's the place for illustration, cartoons, comics. And what the original art show is Dilys Evans created this show about 35 years ago. This might be the 36th year. Picture book illustration was not seen as fine art, and it was kind of dismissed as oh, well, when are you going to really do art, for a lot of illustrators who are doing books. And so this exhibit was created to showcase illustration for children's books as fine art. Of course, now it is seen as fine art. And it is a juried exhibition of all the new picture books. We had about 560 submissions. There's a jury of 7 people it's the only peer award for illustration. So they're illustrators and art directors and editors. So it's about 125 of the best picture book illustration of contemporary picture book illustration, with a gold and 2 silver medals given as well, and some other awards. And it's all shown at the Society of Illustrators, and it starts next week and goes through the end of December. And you see the art in person, framed on the walls, and you really can look up close and see how these incredible illustrators create the art we love. And it's digital, it's which we have fine prints, but it's watercolor, it's pastel, it's cut paper, and it's superstars in children's books as well as brand new people. So it's a wonderful range.
Have the winners been announced?
Oh yeah, it's all online. Society of Illustrators, for New York, you'll see the winners and every illustrator that's in the show.
So can you tell us who won the gold medal?
The gold, blinking on the illustrators, because I'm still in panel mode.
Not a problem.
Yeah,
and Hall of Fame?
Well, there are 2 Lifetime Achievement Awards given, and those I do know. So Shel Silverstein got the posthumous, and Ed Young is the living Lifetime Achievement Award winner, and he will be there to accept his award, and it's very exciting. So every year there is a posthumous, a Lifetime Achievement, and a living posthumous.
And because of the original art show, and you're recognizing these people for Lifetime Achievement, the Society has been declared a literary landmark.
Yes, which is exceedingly exciting. Because the Society of Illustrators really is, the membership is huge for illustrators. There's a real community there, and so a lot of picture book illustrators often don't feel like they belong in other groups in the past, because it is a real community. So the Society of Illustrators has welcomed them for decades, and especially now with the exhibit, this is school groups come through. It's one of the most successful exhibits that the Society of Illustrators has, and so it's made a huge impact on children's book illustration. And so the fact that it's going to be a living landmark is just incredible.
Yes. So if people are visiting New York City for the holidays, I suggest you visit the Society of Illustrators. I know is East
63rd Street,
yes.
On Upper East Side of Manhattan. You could easily find it online and go there. And there's 2 full floors of exhibition space, plus there's a floor of cartoon and comic art. And the whole building is just a treasure, a true treasure. So I highly recommend it as well.
And it's near Bloomingdale's.
And it's near Bloomies.
Well, thanks a lot.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
So we'll be back with another interview shortly. Well, we finally got Brian Pinkney out of his studio. And Brian, it is not true. I am not stalking Andrea. Just the fact that we were in Washington twice. I saw her at the Brooklyn Book Festival. I saw your dad, Jerry Pinkney. Yes. And finally, we have you. So glad. That was a great panel. And you mentioned on the panel about the number of illustrations that you did for your last book. Again, how many?
I'm quoting somewhere around 1,500.
Yeah. So do you have enough room in your studio for all of that?
I have storage space, I have room in my studio, and I also have an exhibit at the Rich Michelson Gallery in Northampton, Massachusetts, which will be, some of the pieces will be for sale there.
Oh, well, that's great, because now that you mentioned this is live stream, so now people are doing their holiday shopping. So for a KidLit person, having a original artwork is very attractive. So they could go see that on your website?
They will see it on my website. I have artwork on my website, and then the show will be on November 5th at Rich Michelson Gallery. And he has a website also, which you can go to, which has my artwork there also.
Right. So you talked about your latest book, but what are you, back in the studio, what are you working on?
Oh, I'm working on several things. Always working on a few projects with Andrea. They're secret for now because they're not out yet. And then a few projects that I'm writing myself and illustrating. So I have hundreds of images that I'm working on for those projects as well.
So I have to just confirm, things that have been said. So do you actually have like a set time that you and Andrea actually meet to discuss your projects?
Yes, we do. Andrea and I actually have a meeting later on this afternoon, which we will meet at a cafe and talk about the projects we're working on, and I'll maybe talk about her manuscripts if she's ready to share with them, and talk about my artwork and show her what I'm working on, and make room for her comments and suggestions.
So who picks up the check?
We switch it back and forth, actually. Yeah, I think if the meeting goes well for me, I pick up the check. If it goes well for her, she picks up the check.
Yeah, well, thanks for stopping by and chatting today.
Okay, it's great talking to you all. Yes. Thank you.
Down now. Yep.
I am Peter H. Reynolds, and I am author of The Dot, and you are watching KidLit TV.
The Bank Street BookFest livestream is brought to you by EPIC, the leading ebook library for kids 12 and under, with unlimited access with over 15,000 high-quality kids books. EPIC, a free reading resource for the classroom.
Okay, we're going to begin. If everyone will sit down, I'd like to introduce our presenter, Megan Dow Lambert. Megan Dow Lambert earned her BA at Smith College and her MA in Children's Literature at Simmons College, where she is now a senior lecturer. She is the author of Reading Picture Books with Children, How to Shake Up Storytime and Get Kids Talking About What They See. This process was developed in association with the Eric Carle Museum of Picture Book Art, where she worked as an educator for a decade. She writes for Embrace Race, Kirkus Reviews, and The Horn Book, and won a 2016 Ezra Jack Keats New Writer Honor for her first picture book, A Crow of His Own. Her newest picture book, Real Sisters Pretend, was published in 2016. She lives with her family, including 6 children, ages 1 through 19, in Western Massachusetts. Everyone, please give Megan Dow Lambert some applause.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. I want to start with a story. And this is a story, not that I'm going to read aloud, but that I'm going to tell you about that a student of mine had with her child when she read aloud with him. He loved this book, Press Here. And one day, before they sat down to read it for the 367th time, he said, "Mommy, can we try something?" And she said, "Sure, what do you want to try?" And he said, "What if I don't press here?" And she said, "Okay." And so she read, "Press here," and turn the page. And she turned the page, and of course, there was a change. And her son, who was 5 years old, was crestfallen. And he said, "I kind of hoped it was magic." And she said, "But it is magic." And he said, "Why?" And she said, "Because you're the one who makes the magic happen with this book." And I think that's true of any picture book. Not just books that are metafictionally asking kids to interact with them, but any picture book that welcomes children to engage with the in-between, as Raul Colon said, or the underneath, as Rudy Gutierrez said. And so the whole book approach is a model that I developed when I worked at the Carle to get kids to actively engage with the picture book as an art form. And I did this as kind of an outgrowth of my own mothering with my kids and reading with my children and realizing that what we ask children to do when they go into story time in a library or a school is radically different than what they do ideally in a home reading environment. At home, they get to flip the pages back and talk with you and say, "But what about this and what about that? And what if we don't press here?" But at story time, often, there is a reading transaction that asks the child to sit and hear story and look at words and save questions and comments till the end. That's not always how it goes, but when I started bringing my kids to story time, I found that was often how it went. And I thought, well, what if I tried to bring some of that kind of interactive reading at home spirit to my story times that I'm leading at the Eric Carle Museum? And I came up with this articulation. or this way of thinking about it. First of all, I drew on Louise Rosenblatt's work and her idea of a transactional reader response. And I thought, well, in a picture book, we have a triangular shared reading experience where there's the reader, the adult, who reads aloud a picture book to a group of listener viewers. And the meaning that is created doesn't reside in the book alone. It resides in the space between those three parties. That's why we can read one picture book, as Francois Moulet said, and we can have many different interpretations and responses. So if that's true, then in my story times, I want to make space for those many different responses and interpretations. And so I thought, well, how can I do that? And why am I doing this? And I thought, well, one reason I want to do this is that these shared reading transactions are the foundation for independent engagement with books, right? One of the main reasons we read aloud with children is so that one day they will be independent readers. And what kind of independent readers do we want to raise? Well, we want independent readers who are passionate and who are critical thinkers. Because if it's true that books can inspire and delight and motivate and bring wonder, then we also have to give space to the realization that Debbie Reese and Ebony Thomas and other scholars are sharing with us that books can also harm and they can perpetuate stereotype, and we need to teach kids to read against the text as surely as we teach them to engage with the text with delight and wonder and everything else. So, this is how I came to articulate it. I thought of the whole book approach as an approach that would have us read with children instead of read to children. I thought of my story times as book discussions rather than performances. Now I want to pause here a moment and say, I'm not saying the whole book approach or these co-constructive models are better or best. I think there is absolutely room and need for story times that are performances, for times when we read to children. But I want to be intentional about it. So when I was working at the Carl, I said, well, in my space, I'm going to do this co-constructive interactive space. But when I teach teachers and librarians about this, I say there's room for all of it. There's not a right way or a wrong way. One approach that I drew upon to develop the whole book approach was visual thinking strategies. This is the approach developed by Philip Yenawine, who Susanna Richard referenced earlier, as well as Abigail Hausen, who's a theorist and a scholar at Harvard. And what they did for museums was say, when we look at art, let's not have a docent stand in front of pictures and tell you about them. Let's have a docent stand in front of pictures and ask you about them. So this goes to progressive education. This goes back to Dewey, right? That we learn better when we construct our own knowledge, when we engage our prior knowledge with the knowledge we're trying to acquire and master now. And visual thinking strategies is a whole curriculum that's really premised on these open-ended questions that we use at the Carl in our galleries to ask people about art. So it's not like a scary art history quiz. It's saying, what do you see happening in this picture? What do you see that makes you say that? And what else can we find? And the first question grounds us in the visual. And it says, what do you see? Opening up the door for many interpretations. The second question is the cornerstone of critical thinking, evidentiary thought. Okay, you say you see this, now back it up. The third question says, let's dig deeper. Now with the whole book approach, I don't ask these questions of every single image. That would be deadly, right? I often use these questions with jacket art, and one of the first books I started doing this with was Wings by Christopher Myers. So I want to ask you, what do you see happening in this picture? You see buildings. Okay, so the first response I heard was buildings. So right away we go to a formal element of story. Do you see how this is transferable across the curriculum? We're talking about a visual image, but we go to setting, which is of course a literary element as well. So we see buildings. What else do you see? There's a boy flying, so we move from setting to character. We move from the bottom of the picture to the top of the picture. So there's a boy flying. Now what do you see that makes you say that? Because this is not a moving image, right? He has wings, but of course not all winged beings are flying, so what do you see that makes you say he's flying? He's up at the top, and what else? And he's horizontal, and then his arms are outstretched as well. Now, as some of you started to respond, you weren't just using language, right? I saw arms going out, I saw flapping in the room, right? And I point this out because this is a really big part of doing whole book approach with little ones too, right? That we have to draw upon their nonverbal engagement with images and say, well, what other signs of engagement can I find in this experience? So with the whole book approach, I ask open-ended questions like those VTS ones, but I also embed design and production terminology. When I did story time at the Carl, we talked about end papers, we talked about cases, we talked about the gutter, we talked about frames, we talked about unframed art. So we would have 2- and 3-year-olds saying, that picture crosses the gutter? And we would talk about why that was significant in their reading. And sometimes when I would have people say, well, why are you talking about this with 3-year-olds? Like, isn't that kind of a big way to approach art? Like, why not just talk about the story and how they feel about it? And I would say, well, first of all, in terms of vocabulary, how many 3-year-olds do you know who can name every dinosaur? So why not give them some book terminology too? And then secondly, kids are reading pictures. I didn't put a slide in here, I probably should have, of a toddler, my toddler, flipping through the pages of art in a book, and she's reading a story. She's not reading the words, but she's reading the pictures. So yeah, let's go where they are, absolutely. And part of what they're doing is reading pictures. Now, as I facilitate the group, I'm also paraphrasing and linking responses to reinforce concepts, to clarify ideas. I'm looking for and I'm welcoming children's nonverbal engagement with the picture book, like I mentioned, and to try to gel the group, especially with littler ones, I use something I call a 1, 2, 3 page turn, where, wow, we've got lots of comments here. Now everyone count to 3 with me and we'll turn the page. 1, 2, 3, and I turn the page. Because that way I'm not telling them to be quiet and I'm not asserting my own authority, at least not alone. I'm engaging them with the page turn. Another thing that can work is to say 1, 2, 3, eyes on art, and to point right to the picture. So if, as we go through, you start to think, okay, well, I'm interested in doing this and trying this out, but I'm a little overwhelmed by the thought of trying to corral this whole group. One thing that I'll say as a mother of 6 is that you often gain control by seeding it. That if you help the child feel like they're involved in the process and that they're making decisions, you end up with a more collaborative group. You end up gelling your group that way. And then as a tiny commercial in the back of my book, there's also a whole section about how to manage all of this and group management. So what are we talking about? Well, we're talking about story, we're talking about illustration, but we're also talking about what are called picture book paratexts. This is a book that I use in my teaching at Simmons when I teach the picture book course. It's called How Picture Books Work. It came out in 2001 by Maria Nikolaeva and Carol Scott. And they say, kind of as an aside, the contributions of paratext to the picture book is clearly highly significant, especially since they frequently carry a substantial percentage of the book's verbal and visual information. So what's a paratext? Well, a paratext is everything outside of the book proper. So the end papers, the jacket, the case, the front matter, the back matter, all of that. And so what I do is I just kind of point out the end papers to kids and I'll say, now these are the end papers, and end papers often give us clues about a book. So why do you think Eric Carle made these horizontal bars of color on Brown Bear, for example? And I've had kids say, well, those are the colors of the animals. And they are, in the order, right? That was the first time I ever noticed that. I'd read that book 1,000 times, and then a second grader said, well, that's the order of the colors of the animals, and I was gobsmacked. And I was like, well, you are correct. And what else can we find? And that was a big lesson to me, that there was a lot I was not seeing, and I needed to slow down and center children and center children's ideas and questions and observations, not only for them, but for me. I get a lot more out of this as I read with kids. So this is a shot of the part of the table of contents of my book, Reading Picture Books with Children. where we have 6 chapters devoted to different design elements. One chapter is all about trim size and orientation, one all about jackets and covers, one all about end papers, front matter, typography, page design. And what I do is I define those terms and I provide anecdotes of what kids have had to say about these different design elements during whole book approach story times. And for today's presentation, I've taken work from different artists in order to talk about my observations and in some cases kids' observations. I want to start with trim size, which is just the technical term for how big a book is. And I'm starting with board books. Pretty Brown Face, Shake, 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 Watch Me Dance, and I Smell Honey by the Pinckneys, and Yellow and Round by Hervé Toulet. And this is a line, Little Books for Little Hands, from Beatrix Potter, who famously said she wanted to create little books for little hands. Now, a typical picture book has a much larger trim size. Why might that be? For that shared reading transaction, right? It needs to accommodate more than one person. Board books, on the other hand, have a smaller trim size, usually, because board books, their function, if we think about form and function, is to introduce a very young child to what a book is. So not only those sturdy pages, but the small trim size invites the young child to understand book. In this way, I think of the board book and beginning reader books, which are usually have a smaller trim size, as having a more similar function than board books and picture books do, if we think of it in this term of form and function. That independent reader usually has a smaller trim size in order to say to that child, this is yours. Right? Now, there are beginning readers. The Holiday House imprint is larger in picture book size. That can serve the same function, but usually, if you look at the trim size, it's about the size of a novel, maybe a little bit bigger in terms of its trim size. Also, if we just look at these from Toon books, most of them are portrait layout or vertical, right? To give that idea of this is your book, this is a big kid's book. So now let's talk about layout and trim size. So we have these bigger books, these bigger picture books in order to accommodate that shared reading transaction. And if we look at 2 examples from Jason Chin's work, we can see that there are reasons that they have a portrait layout. What are the reasons? Redwoods are vertical, right? We want this art to emphasize the height of the trees. Now, some of this might seem intuitive or obvious to you, but I'm telling you, if you share this with kids, if you open up a story time showing one book that's portrait and one book that's layout, and you just say, so why is this book so tall? It's portrait. Why is this book so long? It's layout. Their wheels will start turning, they'll feel invited to engage critically with the picture book as art form, and you will get profound insights. One of my favorite stories is I did that exercise with a story time, and I had a 4-year-old look at Madeline and that nice tall portrait layout, and he said, oh, I know why it's portrait. And I said, why, Seamus? And he said, because of the heightful tower. And it was so precious, and I just thought, yep, you're exactly right. That heightful tower needed all that height. And then I had another story time where I had a really little one when I was showing the layout of the Very Hungry Caterpillar, when I said, well, why is this book so long in a landscape? And she went like this. And it took me a minute, and I realized she was mimicking the caterpillar, right? And that caterpillar's body. And I thought, wow, this kid, she was about 22 months old. She was getting it. And that a child could read movement into a static image, that blows my mind anyway. But that she was doing that and bringing it the next step to thinking about design is amazing. When I do this work with kids in their classrooms, teachers have said in the aftermath, they start to really think about the layout of their own artwork. Will I use portrait paper or landscape paper as they think about what will best accommodate and support their art? Now with coral reefs, we can think not about verticality, but depth, right? We're thinking about the depth in the ocean. So portrait layout for a Jabberwocky. I love this book. Why? Why do we have portrait layout? Tall basketball player, and not only a tall basketball player, but a really tall character who's taking on almost mythic proportions, right? Think of him as like a John Henry or a Paul Bunyan figure, right? We need that portrait layout in order to convey his great height. Why else? Yeah, the movement of the basketball, the movement of the sport, right? If we want that art to convey this, we need that height. And then we have from Raoul Colon, Look Up. Now, Look Up tells us, okay, portrait layout makes a lot of sense. This is the story of Henrietta Leavitt, a pioneering woman astronomer, so a focus on looking up and on the stars. What's another reason for a portrait layout here? Perspective, going low to high, sure. Ah, so kind of metaphorical, a woman moving up, sure. How about just a woman, right? If you look at the human form, we are vertically oriented. So most picture book biographies adopt a portrait layout because the focus of the art will be on that person. And so if you want the eye to travel up and down to look at that person, then you adopt that portrait layout. There are exceptions, of course, but most picture book biographies have the portrait layout to focus in on that human form. Here's one that deviates from that. When Marion Sang adopts a landscape layout. Many of the interior images take place on a stage, or there's this wonderful image of the train station that needs that landscape layout. And then this is one of my favorite images in the book. It goes from the prior spread is a close-up of Marian Anderson's face as she's singing on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. Then you turn the page to a wordless spread that's a full bleed, no frame that's containing it. And we see the massive crowd that has assembled to hear her. And so we need that drama of that space to highlight the importance of her song that day, of her concert that day. The other thing that Brian Selznick, the artist of this book, written by Pam Munoz-Ryan, did was he allows us as viewers to become part of this image. When an image is framed in a picture book spread, it creates a perception that you're on the outside looking in, you're an observer. But when there is no frame, that barrier dissolves, and instead of being an observer, you're a participant. And so that is achieved with remarkable power in this spread, and it's underscored by this little girl facing outward. Not quite breaking the fourth wall, her eyes are closed, but she faces outward, acting as what's called an intrusive visual narrator. We home in on her, we create kind of an alignment between ourselves and her as we are immersed in this moment. Here's another book from Pam Munoz-Ryan that uses the landscape layout. Instead of emphasizing tall buildings like in Wings, we're looking at the broad sweeping landscape of the sea. And then 7 Candles for Kwanzaa. Here, a book that is all about family and gathering. We need that landscape layout to accommodate this centerpiece right here. I don't know the word for that. I should have looked that up, I'm sorry to say. Sorry? Kanara. And then also the scenes of family demand that landscape layout as well, that if we're going to have groups of people assembled, just like in the larger crowd scene, then we need to have space for that. Oh, The Adventures of Sparrow Boy. So here's a book with lots of action going from one place to another. Most picture books about journeys adopt a landscape layout because you're moving from one place to another. You're moving with those page turns. Yeah, I have an interior one here. So look at that movement that demands that horizontal space. Square layout. I don't think it's a perfect square, but I got close with this one by Angela Dominguez. So if we look at Marta Big and Small, why is a square layout appropriate here? To contain that contrast, right? So you're not searching up and searching out, you're homing in. A square can create focus. On an emotional level, a square layout can create kind of a sense of tension or claustrophobia, or it can create a sense of being hugged and held and safety and security. So square can kind of go in different ways. One of my favorite examples of a book with a square layout is Molly Bang's The Gray Lady and the Strawberry Snatcher, because it uses the gutter, which I'll talk about in a moment, so brilliantly between the verso and the recto, so that there are these chase scenes where you chase on the verso and you get slammed up against that gutter. There's no escape. And then in the next spread, or the facing page, you again are chasing to the page turn. And so there's this great sense of claustrophobia and tension. I mean, look here, you can imagine the gutter going down between the verso and the recto, between the lion and the little girl, and it creates this sense of this overbearing lion on the verso, right? And this little girl on the recto, and that square helps to accomplish that. Now, I want to talk about jackets and cases a little bit. So the book jacket is like a poster for the picture book. It's supposed to grab your attention, give you information, pique your interest. So I use those VTS questions to create a real leaning in effect, a visual and a cognitive and an emotional investment in the book before we even start to read it. But then underneath the jacket, very often, you'll find another art element. Sometimes it's the same art that's on the jacket, but more and more we're starting to see inventive uses of the case covers. Here we have what's called a blind stamp down in the corner. Can you see? It's very faint, but there's a little dancer down in the lower right corner. And if that had foil on it, it would be called a foil stamp. And sometimes, instead of a blind stamp or a foil stamp, you'll have an entirely different illustration on the case. If you've not checked out the Undies Award, it's this kind of online social media award that Travis Yonker and Carter Higgins, I think is her name, and others are just saying, hey, what's being published in 2016 with really great case covers? And people are sending them in on Twitter and Facebook and on their website. So watch for the Undies Award. But Travis said, don't Google just undies. So word to the wise. Now, sometimes jackets will have what are called dual images. So here we have the front of Jazz by Christopher Myers, and then this is the image on the back. And you can see how the blind stamp is echoing that form that's on the back. But sometimes you have what's called wraparound art. So here's the front of the jacket from Andrea Davis Pinkney and Brian Pinkney. It got a little cut off, sorry about that. And then it goes over to the back. And you can see that expansive sweep of her dress, her arm outstretched, and then that little cat on the back that acts as narrator. And so when I look at jackets with kids, I usually start with the front and then expand to the back so that kids can fully invest themselves in either the dialogue that's created between front and back or in the sweep of that image. Okay, so if we turn and we open up the book, then we look at end papers. So this is Little Lit, Strange Stories for Strange Kids, edited by Art Spiegelman and Francoise Moulet. And when you look at the end papers, what I say to kids is end papers give us clues. So why do you think the end papers look like this? And that just opens the door for interpretation and investment in the paratext before you get to the book proper. So like I was saying with Brown Bear, kids saw the order of the animals, but then I also had another kid say, well, that looks like a sunset. And so I said, well, what do you mean by that? What do you see that makes you say that? And she was able to articulate a landscape in that abstract image. And it was a really powerful moment to say, okay, kids like all of us are trying to make meaning, right? And so if they're trying to make meaning, then they're investing themselves in the visual, and why not give them that space to do so? Ashley Bryan's Beautiful Blackbird, the end papers, it was his first book he did in cut paper collage, and the end papers have a photocopy of the scissors he used, which were his mother's quilting scissors. And so if you ask children to invest themselves in reading the art, then they can start to talk about media, and you can provide context if you want to. So when kids have said, well, I bet he cut the paper and those are his scissors, and then I was able to say, yeah, and I got into the underneath, as Rudy Gutierrez said, and I said, this is his tribute to his mother. So here are some end papers from Christopher Myers' book Wings, which I showed you the jacket of before with the boy flying above the buildings. And so I've said to kids when doing this with them, well, what do you see happening here? Why do you think the end papers look like this? I'll tell you their responses in a moment, but what are yours? Feathers, right? So that's one response right away. We try to read representation into abstraction. Those look like feathers. This book is called Wings. What else? Mm-hmm. Okay, so you make an art, media or historical connection. Mm-hmm. Clouds, okay, so instead of feathers, we can also think about the sky, and we can think about clouds and the flight taking place there. Mm-hmm. So we can think about technique. It's marbleized paper. What else? movement and movement upward specifically, right? That it's flying up. So I've had kids look at that, and then on the back of the book it says, "Let your spirit soar." Instead of having a dual image, it's just a message on the back of the book. And kids have said, oh, so that's spirit soaring. And they've connected that, right? And was that Chris Meyer's intent? I don't know. But I'm not really interested in artistic intent, honestly. I'm interested in reader response. And I'm interested in the possibility for a diversity of responses and on making space for those responses. So here are some end papers from Jason Chin. Sometimes end papers can act almost like a catalog or a graphic organizer for a text. And so you bet when kids look at these, they start to look for all of those fish and all of that flora in the images. Similarly, when I've read Last Stop on Market Street with kids, they look at all those images on the end papers, and then they're trying to find them in the pictures, and they're trying to invest meaning in them. And it's powerful because it's not just an I Spy game. It ends up being an exercise in, well, why is this important, and why do we need to look closely at this? And also an exercise in vocabulary. I had a child who couldn't find the word coin or quarter, and so he looked at the little coin that CJ uses when he goes on the bus with his Nana, and on the end papers, and he said, that's a fancy money? And he was trying to find the word for it and didn't quite get it, but he expressed himself, right? So end papers here from Hervé Toulet's book, Mix It Up, and they look like fingerprints. And so it's, again, this engagement with process and an engagement that asks the child to recognize that the book is a construct, that it's a creation. And if we can start to tell kids that it's a construct now, when they're engaging with the art, then they can learn how to insert themselves into that construct. It doesn't become this whole object that is apart from them. It becomes something that's of them, that they can invest themselves into, that they can interpret, that they can read against, that they can say, oh, it's not what this person thinks about the book, even the creator, it's what I think about the book and how I make it my own. So here are some end papers from Christopher Myers from Firebird. I've never read this book with kids, but I want to read these end papers with you. What meaning do you make of this? What do you see happening here? What clues does Chris Myers give us in these abstract end papers? Incredible movement, right? Which is absolutely at the heart of his work in this book. And drama, yeah, it's not cute little movements, right? There's great drama in this movement. What else? Sorry, I missed that. Limitless, okay, because there's no frame, because it just keeps going and expands out. And someone over here, yeah. And heat and warmth, right? Which makes sense because of Firebird, right? We're not gonna have a cool palette here of blues and greens, or if we did, we'd have to examine that counterpoint between what we see and what we read in text.
There's also sound.
How is there sound in it? You see passion, you hear sound, volcanic, explosive sound.
And with the sound, the texture section of maybe it's a collage,
Mm-hmm.
that you see the texture that's in each piece.
Which breaks it up and creates a visual rhythm, right? That we can use a lot of the vocabulary that we use to describe music to apply it to art. Especially sequential art, as we're meant to read it in sequence and move through the book. One of the most memorable experiences I had as a young child in school was when my art teacher and my music teacher collaborated. And in art, we made these kind of abstract pictures, and then we brought them to music class, and our piano teacher played them. Or our music teacher played them for us. And I just remember thinking it was magical that I made something to look at, but my music teacher played it on the piano. I was like, how did you do that? And he said, well, I didn't do it. You did it. And I remember feeling so proud. Like, not only did I create a picture, I created a picture that was musical. And that really stayed with me. Now, I'm not a visual artist myself. Both of my siblings are. And yet I've found such pleasure and such stimulation from engaging with art as a reader of art, as someone who loves to look at art. Front Matter Matters. So this is Front Matter from Jason Chin, who earlier said it was the title page of Water is Water that unlocked that story for him. Here from Island, we end up getting a bird's eye view with those birds to reinforce that perspective as we swoop into the island. In Christopher Meyer's book with his father, Jazz, we see these dancers on the copyright page. So here are other opportunities to invest ourselves in art before the language starts going. Sometimes it's not just supplement. Sometimes it's integral to the narrative. One book where that's true is that I write about in my book is Marla Frazie's Hush Little Baby, where you get the whole setup for the story in the front matter pages. And if you skip those pages, you don't get the story. You get that kind of laundry list of items that these desperate parents are trying to use to get their baby to sleep, right? Doesn't that sound like the delirium of a parent at 3 in the morning? Like, I'll give you a goat, I'll give you a mirror, like whatever. But what Marla Frazie does in her front matter, she transforms that list into story by introducing the setup as to why that baby is crying. And being Marla Frazie, she makes it very child-centered. It's because the big sister's jealous and she knocks that cradle. This is a front matter page from my own book, A Crow of His Own, where again, you get the setup in the title page. The original rooster, Larry, is leaving So Long Farmers, and then the new rooster, it's kind of like a new kid at school story. He comes and he has to crow his own crow. He can't just stand in the shadow of Larry any longer. Here's a shot of a title page from Pam Munoz-Ryan's book, When Marion Sang, that I showed you an image from earlier. And it's made to look like a program that you'd get at the opera. And it really invests you in that experience and prepares you to see all of these scenes that look like they're on a stage. And back matter matters as well. So we get to the end of Mix It Up and we get these marvelous handprints, right? That again underscores the media, underscores the technique, and says to the child, this artist got messy doing this work, right? And it's liberatory. It says to the child, you too can do this. And now let's shift to typography. So typography is not only a way of sharing or conveying the text visually. Certainly that's part of it, but typography, the way the letters are arranged on a page, can be a resource and a source of meaning unto itself. So in my book, A Crow of His Own, we see different levels of typography. There's what's called intra-iconic text, or text that's integrated into the image. There's narrative text down there at the bottom, and then there's speech balloon text from the different characters. And that can be a tricky balance when you're reading a book out loud. Which order and how do you invest yourself in this? But on the other hand, speech balloons in picture books like this, but also in toon books, which was so groundbreaking in creating comics for beginning readers, speech balloons are easier to read as representative of spoken language, of dialogue, because it makes more sense to have the speech balloon poke down to your mouth and be like, this character is speaking, than to have quotation marks around it. That is not an easy thing to master. Certainly it's something a child must master eventually, but this can be a useful stepping stone toward that. Oh, that's why I included this. So this is before the big scene where Clyde the rooster finally crows his own crow. You get this tiny little ahem, and then you turn the page to cock-a-doodle-doo. You get this huge spread of intra-iconic text. This is my other book, Real Sisters Pretend, which was based on a dialogue I heard my daughters having after they overheard a stranger asking me if they were real sisters. And I said, of course they are, and didn't indulge it because her question didn't seem like it came from a good place. It felt like a challenge. And then later I was thinking, okay, I need to unpack this with my girls, but they beat me to it. And they both came home to our family through adoption. They do not have the same birth parents. And I overheard them talking with one another, and they really took care of each other in the conversation. And in order to honor that, I wrote the entire text in dialogue. I didn't want a narrative voice intruding. And so, since it was all in dialogue, the illustrator, Nicole Tagel, and might I just say, please judge my book by its cover, she decided to use all speech balloons. And when she did that, she color-coded them, just like Mo Willems did in his Elephant and Piggy books. So one sister always speaks in the green speech balloon, and then the other speaks in these kind of lavender tones. Sometimes text can be expressive just in its design. So it can be a guide to how you read it out loud. It can highlight important words in a text. Here's an example from Brian Pinkney's work. And then you have this beautiful integration of text into the image, this inter-iconic text here. Oh, and another great example. It's not quite intra-iconic, like you're supposed to read this as narrative text, but it feels at one with the image. Like the design is just so spot on in this Jabberwocky spread. And I mean, again, that magnificent use of the portrait layout. And then another term to think about when addressing typography is knockout type. Knockout type refers to when you have a lighter color on a darker background. So here you had to have that switch because otherwise you wouldn't be able to read the words, right? You have this juxtaposition. It can sometimes be hard for some people to read, but it is a necessary part of design. A way that I've introduced this to children is when reading Brown Bear with them, you get to that spread with the white dog. It has a black background, it has a white dog, and then the words are white. And so when I've read this, and this was in a toddler room once, I said to kids, so what do you notice that's different about this spread? And these little 2- and 3-year-olds said, well, it's a dog. And it is different. There weren't any dogs before. And I said, yes, but what else? And they said, well, it's a black page. And I said, yes. And why do you think Eric Carle chose a black page? And a 3-year-old said, because otherwise it would be camouflaged. I said, yes, that is right. And then another child said, but he could have just outlined it. And so these young children are thinking about process and thinking about art as a series of problems to solve, right? Yes, it's a means of communication, but if you want to communicate clearly, then you have to invest yourself in solving those problems. And knockout type is one way to address that as well. And in that same room, they did talk about the words being white too. Molly Bang says in Picture This, which Susanna showed a slide of, 2 things that I think are relevant here. Contrast enables us to see. That's one of her principles. Contrast enables us to see. And then another one is that we tend to link things when we look at a visual image by color before anything else. So the use of color in a composition can create a pattern around the spread. And so that's one reason that the children linked the words with that image of the dog, because they were organizing things according to color. Bang in her book says, if I give you a big pile of multicolored beads of different shapes, and my only instruction to you is sort it, you will probably sort by color first. You'll sort into greens and reds and so on, as opposed to in the different shapes, because it's how we try to create order and pattern in images. Now, another thing that typography can do is it can impact pacing. And it's not just typography in this case, though, I mean, the placement of the words is important. It's also about just breaking up text at the appropriate places in order to provoke a page turn. When you think about how words and pictures work together in a picture book, what tends to happen is that words push you ahead. You want to keep moving, but pictures pull you back. So there's a great tension between words and pictures. And in this spread, misty, twisty, where is the town? Fog is fog unless. Now you might want to stay and read that image and look at it, but that ellipsis pulls you forward, right? You want to keep moving, unless what? That's one reason that ending picture book text with punctuation like that, or with a comma, or better yet with a conjunction, like but or and, it pulls you to the next page. It falls down. And then you end up with the rain falling down. Loved this book. Love this book, present tense. Another thing to consider is just the page layout. I've already spoken a little bit about this. The use of the gutter, the use of frames, and then the use of bleeds. So here's a great example from Angela Dominguez's book. Now I'm blanking on the name. How do you say? Is that what it's called? How do you say it? And so what is the genius of this page layout here? It's symmetrical, right? And it's showing the symmetry not only in image but in text. And so when you have that arrangement of the verso and the recto, you end up reinforcing the equivalency, right? And also, again, the square layout is helpful with that too. And then there's another one. I love that picture. Here I want to look at kind of a more expressive use of frame from Tomas and the Library Lady. Here we see Tomas with his parents, and there's a great sense of joy and freedom in this image, which is in part created because of the way the image crosses the gutter. In your mind's eye, make it stay over on the recto, right? There's a real sense of kind of confinement or containment, but here we have the art spreading out onto the verso, and not only that, but Mama breaks the frame, right? As she walks away, but with a look back at her family. Contrast that here, right? When he's in the library and he's a little bit unsure, and perspective helps with that feeling of vulnerability, but so does the impact of the frame, and so does the relegation of that image to the recto. But then here, when he's reading, look at that freedom, right? That the picture spills onto the verso, and there's Tomas spilling out even further as he reads his book and indulges. And so this is where I'm saying that design is expressive. Design is something to read. Image is something to read, as surely as words are something to read. And so taking the time to invest children in these images and in this design empowers them, and it also validates what they're already doing. Great layout, right? So this is a spread, again, from Firebird by Christopher Myers. And that leap from verso to recto shows the strength and power. Think about how much less effective this picture would be if it was just on the verso, or just on the recto, or even further onto the recto, right? The fact that she's here, but she's breaking across that gutter with that strong leg, it really shows her power, and it shows the achievement of her dance. What else conveys movement in this image? The background, absolutely, right? Think of how much less effective this image would be if it were just a white page behind it, right? What else do you see happening in this picture? Okay, so the flowing movement right here. So I noticed the leg, but then you ask us to consider other parts of the composition of her figure. Mm-hmm.
The body's kind of shaped like a triangle, so it's like an arrow point.
Ah, look at that. So look, if we consider the underlying geometry of the image, we see the diagonal line here, and we can read this as a triangle, like an arrowhead, kind of propelling forward and off the page. Mm-hmm. And in her costume, she's on fire. And tell me more about that. How's that significant in your reading? So a bursting forward, okay. Mm-hmm.
She sort of looks jet propelled.
Mm.
And also that, like an airplane, when it takes off and there's wind resistance, her seems to be leaning back.
Yeah.
As if she's battling the force of the wind and she's running, she's leaping.
So she's jet propelled, right? It doesn't look dangerous. It doesn't look like she's on fire and we're worried about her. She looks powerful, right? And she's jet propelled as she moves forward. Mm-hmm.
In addition to the colors, her arms are like flames.
Yeah. Okay, so we see the flames here and here, but then we can read her whole form as a flame I can say that as an adjective or a noun, as a flame or a flame, right? As she proceeds across the spread. Yes?
Her expression is serene.
So that's important too. So we go back to her expression in her face, and again, we don't read danger, we read serenity. And someone over there, yes? Okay. So there's a sense of limitlessness that's conveyed not just by the fact that the art is full bleed, but as she looks up and off the page, and as we think about, yes, her arm is bent here, but if it were extended fully, she could reach right outside of the confines of the page. Yeah?
There's also tremendous grace and control in her fingers that show that she is creating this movement.
So tremendous grace and control in her fingers that show that she is creating this movement. So she's powerful, she's in charge, she's in command of this movement. She's not helpless to this. Yeah. Where do you see a bow and arrow? What do you see that makes you say that?
The way her arms are and her legs, this form right here has to...
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's the bow, and the arm extended out, the right arm, and
Mm-hmm.
the pointed toe, that's the arrow. So the bow and arrow.
So this is the arrow here? Okay, so we see a bow and then an arrow. So one thing that's happening here is that we're seeing a representative image, but we're abstracting it, which is the opposite of what a frequent impulse is, to look at abstraction and make it representative. But I've had very young children do the same thing. There's a book by Eric Carle called 10 Little Rubber Ducks, and I write about this in my book, that once I was showing a picture of a flamingo, and a child in the group, he was 8 years old, said, "I know it's a flamingo, but it looks like an elephant." And I was holding the book in front of me thinking, how can a flamingo look like an elephant, right? Because are there two more disparate creatures? And so I fell back on my VTS and I said, well, what do you see that makes you say that? And he said, well, the way that flamingo's neck is all bent over, it looks like an elephant's trunk. And then the body of the flamingo could be the elephant's head. And I looked at the picture and I was like, oh my gosh, you're right. We spent the rest of story time breaking down the collages into abstract art. It was fascinating. And then those kids, when they were done with story time, ran, or maybe I should say walked quickly and responsibly to the galleries. So this is how you can reach me. I love Twitter. I'm not very good at Facebook, but I have a page. And what I love about this work is trying to hear from others who give it a shot and give me their storytime stories. I'm hoping I'll be able to develop maybe another book or maybe just an essay about others' use of the whole book approach. And the work I'm working on now is when the whole book approach supports and enables conversations about kids' lives, like when kids look at art and they draw literature to life connections, and when kids talk about their own perceptions about society through books. So I'm not quite sure what shape that's going to take, but I'm working on that now, and some of that is emerging in some of my writing on Embrace Race and the Horn book. So we do have some time for questions. I'm happy to take them, and then I'll be here for the rest of the day. Lucky me. Yes?
So in a school library situation where you have a very finite amount of time in which to share a story and then address some of these wonderful things, do you ever address these with children by themselves without the scaffolding of reading the story?
Oh, okay. So the question is, when you have a finite amount of time in a school library situation, how do you integrate this? Do you ever just talk about this without then reading the story? And I would say my story times at the Carl were a half an hour. We didn't have more time than that. When my school visits, when I went out to schools on behalf of the Carl, were also a half an hour. And I never did that, but what I did was I made a distinction for myself between reading a book and finishing a book. That sometimes you can have a real sense of pressure to be like, gotta get through it, let's go, let's go. And I would think, well, why? Like, Yes, I want kids to read the whole book. It's called the whole book approach. I want them to have that experience. But what I really want for them is to engage in that critical thinking that can be spurred on by illustration, design, and text. So especially in a school library where maybe you don't get to finish it, you can say, we're going to get to finish this the next time you come. You've had so many great things to say. Or you can think, I'm just going to integrate a few of these tools. I'm going to start with a portrait and layout juxtaposition. Or I'm going to say, hey kids, watch the frames and see what happens. When I did that with Where the Wild Things Are, which famously has those thick air frames at the beginning, and then it goes to full bleeds, then it goes back to frames. I had this one little girl who at the beginning of story time said, I've read this book 1,000,000 times. And I said, well, just watch the frames. Maybe you'll see something different. And at the end of the book, her eyes were like this big, and she said, my book at home doesn't do that. And I so saw myself in her as a little kid who had the hand in the air and was a good reader and couldn't admit that I didn't know something. And boy, is that an impediment to learning, right? And so, yes, I want these interactive story times to engage kids who are visual learners and who maybe have trouble sitting still and listening to the end, but I also want it to stretch those kids who are really good at learning through the ears and think they've got it down. I want them to stretch because that's where real learning takes place. It's not when you're, in your comfort zone, like, I already know this. Mm-hmm.
When you read to larger groups, do you always use the physical book or do you project things on the smartboard?
I usually use the physical book. I'm very invested in the picture book as codex. But when I did some really big groups, like 120, 150 people, then we would project onto a screen, but I would still have the book in my hand. Now, book selection is important in this. If you have a really big group and you use art that's very fine and hard to see, it's going to flop. I was at the Eric Carle Museum, so I did a lot of Eric Carle books, which you can read from a mile away. But I always like to have the physical book there, always. I have time for 2 more questions, if anyone has more questions. Yeah?
Do you ever talk about the artist material or the process the artist goes through into making a picture book?
What I try to do is keep the conversation very organic and emerging from the kids. So if they start to bring that in, absolutely. But I really try to check teaching. And instead fall on the side of education. The word education comes from the Latin educare, which means, I think it means to draw out or to bring out. And so, yes, there's a time and a place for teaching, obviously, where you want to convey information directly. But what I like to do, what I love to do in my own work at Simmons and then also at Storytime is to draw out, is to say, okay, I'm going to give you the provocation and what can come out of that provocation. Yes?
Do you insist that the art teacher or a teacher sit in on these sessions?
Oh, I don't insist. I'm in someone else's house. I love it when they do, for sure. I've had a lot of people who are art teachers be the ones to invite me. And I have to say, when I go into schools, sometimes I find classrooms where with the best of intentions, teachers or librarians have prepared kids and said, good listening ears, mouths shut, hands in your lap, and then I have to undo all of that and say, my story times are a little bit different and you still have to respect the rules of your teacher, but while I'm here as your guest, I really need you to say things, and so this is your permission. When I did a residency at Boston University at their lab school, and I did multiple visits over a school year, we ended up coming up with a way for kids to understand this, and we called red light story times, the model they were used to, where kids had to sit still and listen and talk at the end, and mine were green light story times, where you go, 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 go. And it sometimes is a little chaotic, but I love that chaos. I love it.
So just to clarify, so your green light story times involves children interacting with the book as you read?
Yes.
As you read.
Yes, it's a co-constructive model. So in literacy education, the co-constructive model or dialogic model is what I do, and then there's the performance model. And as I said before, I'm not saying one is better than the other. I think there's space and need for both kinds, but I think you have to approach it with intention and make those expectations transparent to your group, and then strive to make the experience fun and playful. I have a whole chapter in my book that's called The Picture Book Playground, and I took that line from Wendy Lukhart when I gave a keynote at the Alspre conference a number of years ago, and she said, looking at art is play for the mind. And I loved that so much, and I said, yeah, that's what I'm going for here. I don't want it to feel like a quiz. I don't want it to feel like killing a joke by explaining its humor, right? I want it to feel playful. I want it to feel like it's centered on the child. And are we all done? I think we're all done, but can I take one more? Okay, one more question, yeah. Yeah, so I do integrate commentary on art element and principles, but then when that organically comes from the kids, like if someone starts to talk about, well, you know, her body looks kind of droopy, then I'll say, oh, well, that's because the line kind of droops down like this, right? And so then I'm embedding vocabulary about art elements in my paraphrasing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because otherwise it's so top down. I want it to come from kids, and then I scaffold it with the vocabulary through paraphrasing and other techniques. So thank you very much. I'm so looking forward to the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Megan. We'll now head to our book discussion sessions. Rooms 109A and B are on this main lobby level near the entrance. After your book discussion, you may pick up your lunch in the cafeteria. Don't forget to buy a raffle ticket. Enjoy your book discussions. We will reconvene here at 2 o'clock.
Well, here we are getting ready for this afternoon for capturing the action, graphic novels, and visual literacy. We have George O'Connor, and we have, yes, I'm looking at my notes, Real Gonzalez and Jorge Aguirre. Yes, here we are, guys. So who has the best book?
Oh, me. Me, definitely me.
Yeah. So, well, what book do you have?
Well, I have a whole series, but I'm here today representing Ares, God of War, because he's the most combative, and I am going to destroy my opponents. So,
I have a book called Low Riders to the Center of the Earth, featuring Mictlantecutli, God of the Underworld.
Excuse me. I have a book called Giants Beware, and it's all about warriors beating gods and lowriders.
You get beaten on twice.
So, George, do you speak Spanish?
Sí.
Sí.
El español fue mi primer lenguaje, sí.
Yo hablo español, pero no fue mi primer lenguaje. Yo soy de Ohio, pero Raúl y yo podemos conversar sobre George.
¿Qué?
Podemos hablar sobre George.
Oh,
si
sí.
quieres. Sí, el hombre está un poquito loco, pero está muy bien.
Y su
¿no?
libro es más o menos.
This is why I'm going to destroy them.
So have you guys met before?
Yes, I met Raúl at SoulCon in Columbus, Ohio, like a year ago.
That's right.
And I keep running into George, because we're
we
East
run
Coast.
into each other about once a week.
Yeah.
I think that's not even an exaggeration at this
Whole
point.
Foods, Trader Joe's.
Wow. So you're in Brooklyn?
No, actually, I'm in Montclair, New Jersey. But we tend
same difference almost.
Yeah.
And you're in Boston.
I am in Boston, yeah. Medford.
Yes.
Medford.
Yes.
Yeah.
So series.
2-book series, and the third book's going to come out in about a year, I think. So 3 books.
First, second book.
For second book.
Chronicle, right?
Yeah, Chronicle Books, Low Riders in Space, which came out in 2012 and is up for a Blue Bonnet Award, which is fantastic, and Low Riders to the Center of the Earth, which came out in July, and I am about to get my Bic pens out to begin book 3.
Yes, your books are done in pen.
Yeah, so I draw them all with Bic pens. You should see my pockets. They all have blue stains in them.
Yes. Well, we'll see if Bic will become a sponsor of this segment.
They've already said so.
And George, this is a series, right?
Yeah, first, second, too.
Yes.
Oh, fist bump.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. So, and the latest book.
Well, so this is actually not the latest. The latest book is Apollo, the Radiant one. No, the Brilliant one. That was an earlier title. And then coming up next in the series is Artemis, the Wild Goddess of the Hunt. And I'm working on book 10, which is Hermes, Tales of the Trickster. It's my fave so far.
So how many gods are there? So we know how many books.
11 jillion gods, but I'm going to be doing 12 because I can't. I would die if I tried to do all of them.
Your god out. Yes. Yeah. And what's in the pipeline?
So, Low Riders Blast to the Past, which is going to take us to when these guys were little kids. We get to know how they learned what they do.
Low riding.
And in the pipeline,
we have Monsters Beware, which will be the third book in the series, and then we have a little section in the anthology called Comic Squad coming out. I think in January, right?
Oh, I'm in that
He's
too.
in it too.
Yeah, but I didn't do an Olympian story. Did you do a Giants Beware story?
No, we used new characters. New characters.
too,
Yeah.
I'm happy to say, well, I'm not so happy. I'm not in that anthology.
Fist bump again.
But I will be with Kathy in the next Guys Read installment.
Terrific. So tune in. You guys could go for lunch right now, or everyone watching this on live stream, but tune in at around 2 o'clock today for the panel.
Yes, when I destroy my opponents.
Great. Yes. Oh, and look, there's a picture of my book back there. Right now.
Oh,
it has my partner's name on it.
I'm gonna text Jared and ask him why I'm not in the anthology.
Yeah, Jared, what's up with that?
We're all talking about Jared. He's too busy being a new dad, right? Yeah. And he was at the White House.
At the White House.
At the White House. Yes. Yes. So we'll see you all later. Great. Thanks.
Take care.
The Bank Street BookFest livestream is brought to you by EPIC, the leading ebook library for kids 12 and under, with unlimited access with over 15,000 high-quality kids books. EPIC, a free reading resource for the classroom.
I'm Aram Kim, and you are watching KidLit TV.
Yes, I just found Chris Myers here, and he was on the panel earlier today, and you made reference to working with refugees. So exactly what did you do and where was it?
I was with the International Jungen Library. I'm switching between German and English because I was doing that the whole time. I was in Munich at the International Jungen Bibliothek, the International Youth Library, which is housed in a castle on the outskirts of Munich. And in the last 2 years, the refugee crisis in Europe has been pretty much the central story of that area. At one point, there were up to 30,000 people a day pouring into Munich, walking from Syria, from Iraq, from Iran, from Afghanistan, coming by boat, by train, by any means that they could, to find what pieces of life they could salvage. That being said, because youth are so important to me, and because these problems are the problems of our world, the problems that we will be facing in the future, I wanted to do some work with these young people. So I called up my friends at the International Youth Library, and we organized a program for 3 weeks in the end of summer, in which youth would come from the ages of 11 to 17. And I made art with them, and I spoke with them about how to tell their stories, because that is one of the central skills that they need to develop. A way to think about all the things that have befallen them, and a way to relate those things to others. So for a number of weeks, with painting, with some acting exercises, with some theater work, with some writing, we cobbled together a sort of compendium or an encyclopedia of all of their experiences, their diverse experiences of what it meant to leave their home, to see that their homes had been reduced in some cases just to rubble, and then to have to go and seek a new life.
So this, the encyclopedia of the work, does it live anywhere?
Right now, it lives mostly on hard drives, and I've collected some of the work. I'm trying to put it together and to make a small book, because this is, as I have said many times, and as I think, to my way of thinking, this is one of the stories of our age. My grandfather came through Ellis Island, and when we think that, I think it's something like 40% of Americans can trace some part of their roots to that kind of migration. In 10 years, in 20 years, this migration, which is this period of migration, this is, according to the New York Times, this is the time in the history of the world in which the most people are moving ever. This will mark our next 50 to 100 years. And I think it's super important that we find ways to think about how do we tell the story of this time now.
So we'll be looking forward to that. Now, and we're also looking forward to a new imprint. You're going to have an imprint with Knopf, right?
With Knopf and Random House. And it's called Make Me a World Press. And I'm very excited because there are these gaps. There are spaces that need addressing in our publishing landscape. And I'm very excited to have some small part in trying to address those spaces, in trying to build the kind of world in publishing that I see a need for, that I want to make books that I needed as a child that were not there. And I still see that there are books that are not there that need to be there. And we have the unique opportunity at Make Me a World Press to fill that gap, to feed the famine of images, of stories that we've created in this industry, which is both so much full of possibility and at the same time has failed in some respects.
So the first titles will be out in
In 2018. And I'm very excited. One of them is a book by an astronomer from Sri Lanka who astronomers are interesting people. They think in terms of billions of years. And this astronomer friend of mine, who I met in Italy on a residency in 2014, he had a child. And he realized that all of those billions of years, all of the universal and galactic thinking that he had been engaged in, all kind of came down to the body of this 1-year-old girl that he was looking at every day. And so he's writing one of the first books. I'm also working on a memoir of a young man who was in South Sudan during some of the more desperate years of those conflicts, and who's come to America and become an actor and a model. There are stories that need telling, and I'm excited to have some hand in bringing them to the world.
You're a busy guy. So any books in the pipeline?
A few books in the pipeline. I'm working on a number of things. The one thing I'm super excited by right now, my father, Walter Dean Myers, had one book of advice that he wanted to give to young people. He never got a chance to finish it, but I realized that so much of that advice was gleaned from conversations that we had had. And so I'm working with the work that he left behind, and I'm sort of continuing the conversation. So that will be out shortly. Once I turn it in.
Publisher?
And that's going to be with Crown.
Yes.
At Random House as well. So,
Right.
yes.
Well, thanks for stopping by, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. It's been such a good time being here. All right.
Thanks.
Bye.
I'm Zach O'Hara.
And you're watching
KidLit TV.
Hi, I'm Rocco Stano, and welcome to Storymakers. Today, I have Patrick McDonald with us, and he is the creator of A Perfectly Messed Up Story, Thank You and Good Night, and most recently, Tech, the Modern Cave Boy. Welcome.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you, Rocco.
Yes, so these are just 3 of many books. About how many books?
You know, picture books, I think I'm up to 11, but then I do a comic strip called Mutts, and I have compilations, and I think I have about 40 books in print right now.
Really? Yes. So before we talk about tech and a perfect combination of dinosaurs, prehistoric time, and technology, we have Thank You and Good Night, a very a sweet story. So tell us about both of these.
Sure. Well, Thank You and Good Night was, I wanted to do a bedtime book. You know, I think in pictures, so I always do little sketches. And originally it was with the Mutts characters. I thought it might be fun if they had a pajama party. And then at the same time, I was really reading Goodnight Moon, which is just, you know, incredible. So I started playing around with the bunny from Goodnight Moon. I thought it might be funny if he went to the pajama party. Then I evolved to be his pajama party, and I thought it might be fun. I did a little tribute. So a bear who kind of is supposed to be Winnie the Pooh, and an elephant who's supposed to be Babar. I just thought it would be fun with all those characters at a pajama party. I always have a bunch of book ideas in my head, and I was also playing with a book about gratitude and thank you, how important it is for kids to learn gratitude and be thankful for the day. And then I thought it might be nice to actually combine the two, so it became Thank You and a Good Night. So it's a bedtime story that at the end of their pajama party, they kind of give thanks for their day.
You must have a favorite illustration.
That's a toughie. I got a lot of favorite illustrations. Looking at it, I think I love this drawing of them taking time to look at a shooting star and making a wish. That book was done on a handmade paper, and it was a very delicate paper, but the way it took the watercolor just gave it a special look.
And a perfectly messed up story, so a messy book, huh?
A very messy book. With that book, again, I start all my books with sketches, so I was drawing a character who was totally aware that he was a cartoon in my sketchbook. What I love about picture books and comics is that the characters just seem so alive on the page. I mean, as a kid, Winnie the Pooh is alive. Piglet, I mean, those little drawings, to me, that's the magic of illustration, that cartoons are just these little pen and ink lines, but they seem alive on the page. So I was drawing this character who I really wanted to be alive on the page and talked about being on the page. So I was fooling around with this character, walking around my sketchbook and talking about things, and I spilled some ink, and then he started complaining about, hey, you're ruining my book. So in this book, little Louis is in his book, and he's really happy and going about his day. And then out of nowhere, there's a jelly stain.
Right.
And it's like, who's eating jelly while they're reading my book? The book just gets messier, messier, messier. The message being that, stuff happens in life, and you should not make a big deal of it and just love what is.
And a favorite illustration from here?
Favorite illustration in here. Well, it goes from a jelly stain to a peanut butter stain, and then some kid actually draws crayons in his book. And I think my favorite illustration is, out of nowhere, a paper towel tries to clean and actually makes a bigger mess, which drives Louis even crazier.
Besides creating children's books, you also do a comic strip, Mutts.
Yeah, I do a daily comic strip in the newspapers since 1994.
So any thoughts about doing a actual graphic novel?
You know, actually, I have thought about it, but I tell you, when you do a daily comic strip and you do picture books, a graphic novel is a big undertaking.
Tech, the Modern Cave Boy, and this is an advanced reader's copy. So the actual book that's out, actually the cover has some sort of texture on it, right?
Actually, it's going to look just like an iPad device. It's done on really thick cardboard, so it has the weight and feel, and you see the edges are curved. So it's really going to, you know, I've seen a sample copy of it, and it really does feel like you're holding an iPad when you read the book.
It is a combination of, well, there's a dinosaur in it.
A lot of dinosaurs.
Yeah, a lot of dinosaurs, but he has a dinosaur friend.
Larry.
Yes.
Larry
the dinosaur, and here we have a picture of Larry the dinosaur, and Tech refuses to actually interact. He spends all his time on his
in his cave
on his device. A child may say, well, you know, what kind of devices did they have in a prehistoric time? Well, Tech's dad actually
invented the internet.
Invented the internet, as many other people have claimed.
Yes.
Right, yes. And one of the other fun things about it, because, you know, we said it's going to look like a iPad as the pages go. As we progress in the book, we actually see the battery.
The battery starts losing charge.
Where's your phone? Let's see your phone.
Yeah, I'm probably the least techie guy around, but I do have a phone.
Let's see. Oh, no, it's not that old. Yes,
but actually, Tech's on the phone.
And your Tech's on the phone. Yes. And you have many apps. Oh, you say you're not a techie guy.
No. I still dip a pen into a bottle of ink when I do these drawings.
And you brought some of the early sketches from Tech.
Well, you know, like I said, I think in pictures. So all my books start with doodling. I pretty much feel like I doodle for a living.
Right.
And with Tech, I started the idea of maybe doing a book about a cave boy. And I thought what would be funny to give him a beard. So the idea of like a little 5-6-year-old boy with a full beard, I just thought was a funny drawing.
Which you explain in the book.
Yes.
Yes.
Because things were hairy back then.
That's right.
But so this is one of the first drawings I did of, he didn't have, his name wasn't Tech then, his name was Ugg.
Ugg.
He ugged a lot. And after I did that drawing, I said, well, what story would a cave boy have? And I said, well, a cave boy, he lives in a cave. So I thought it would be funny if the story was he had a dinosaur friend who couldn't get him out of the cave. And that probably sat in my sketchbook for about a year or two. And then I was thinking, well, why is he in the cave? And looking at today's kids, everybody is on their phone or their device. I thought it would be kind of funny if Cave Boy's problem was he was in his cave on his device. You know, you mentioned graphic novels before, and I kind of, when I lay out my books, I kind of lay them out like a graphic novel with each panel representing a page. So, and when I look at this sketch is from 2008, so I've been thinking about Tech for 8 years. And, you know, I do the little drawings and then I add the type for this story. And the story, even though 8 years ago, stayed pretty much the same.
What do you really enjoy about creating books for kids?
I've wanted to be a cartoonist since I was probably 5 years old.
Right.
And I just love telling stories with words and pictures. And the comic strip and the picture book are very similar.
Right.
You tell short little stories. What I love about these books is, I mean, you have to be simple and right to the point, you know, and make it fun. I've found so much joy out of the books and the comics I loved as a kid. I always feel like if I could give some of that joy back, that's my job.
Any advice for kids that like to draw, but they want to get better at it?
You know, I believe that practice makes perfect. You know, the thing when you do a daily comic strip is I pretty much draw every day. And it's not a job, it's something I love to do. And as a kid, I just drew all the time. And draw things that you know, like even, you know, my comic strip ended up being about the dog I owned named Earl. I mean, he was so much fun to look at. So I would draw him all the time and he would give me ideas. So even just start, you know, drawing your brother or your sister, or draw, I used to draw my family all the time. What's fun about art is the whole world is your oyster. You could Draw anything you want.
Moms and dads and kids can disconnect.
And read the book.
And read Tech, the Modern Cave Boy. So thanks for being here with us.
Oh, my pleasure.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing the actual real copy of the book.
I am too. Thanks.
And remember, until next time, give a kid a book in any format.
If you like to draw, then Ready Set Draw is the show for you. Draw with your favorite illustrators. Then use hashtag ReadySetDraw to share your pictures with us on KidLit TV.
I can draw the sun with the stars and the moon. I can draw anything. How about you?
Ready, set, draw!
Oh, hi. I'm Peter Reynolds. I was deep in thought. I've been trying to think of what to draw. I have a blank page in front of me, and I'm trying to think of where to start. Well, a great place to start is to make a mark and see what that inspires. And there we are. What do you think? A beautiful dot. And of course, I use my imagination to think, what could that dot become? And do you know, while I'm doing that, I'm just gonna throw in a few more dots. In fact, it's a good place to start. If you're sort of wondering what to draw, just start with a dot. I'm going to add a little detail. This dot is going to have wings. So I've got a flying dot. I've got my watercolors with me too, so I'm gonna add a little bit of color to this dot. And got a little trail of dots showing that it's moving. And let's see, what could this dot be? And if you want to, you can pick up some paper and a pen marker that's handy and start making dots and circles and use your imagination and figure out what your dots can become. Of course, dots they remind me of people's faces. Add just a little detail here. Now I've got someone flying through a dot universe. Oh, that reminds me, a dot universe, that could be the planet Saturn. So let's add a little color to Saturn. We'll put some stars. Stars are kind of dot-like. And we'll add a little color to this guy. And your dots don't necessarily have to be things, they can just be designs, right? So we could just create some cool dot designs. I'm creating the dot universe here. Maybe one day we'll be celebrating Intergalactic Dot Day. And I love mixing colors together and seeing what I get. So I put some yellow, I'm gonna put a little bit of orange, get some pink, add a little bit of water, kind of be surprised. That's a kind of a cool dot. A peace dot. Different colored dots. Little dots, big wild dots. And I think this, put a little dot here with another dot dreamer. Dot pants. Sometimes I look at my painting and I wonder, thinking, what color haven't I used yet? And I look at my paint set and I think, I haven't used that one. And then I think, what if I combine this blue and that blue? And then you get an altogether new blue. Don't be afraid to experiment and have fun. The wonderful thing about a dot is there's no right or wrong way to make a dot. There we have it. I think the only thing left to do is to sign it. Peter H. Reynolds. Well, the possibilities are endless. All you have to do is use your imagination. Celebrate International Dot Day with us. Grab a copy of the book, The Dot, or you can read it online at getepic.com, where there are tons of wonderful books that will inspire you to make your mark.
can draw the sun with the stars and the moon. I can draw anything. How about you?
Ready, set, draw!
Hi, I'm Aaron Becker, the author of Return and the entire Journey trilogy. Today, I'm going to be showing you a little bit about watercolor and how to have some fun learning about how to paint with watercolor. Ready, set, draw! Paint. The first thing I'm going to do is get a nice piece of watercolor paper. It's really thick. It's almost like cardboard, and that means that when you put the water on, it doesn't get all warpy and bendy and makes it a little bit harder to control what you're doing. You want to have some thickness to your watercolor paper. So that's the first step. The other step is to get a nice brush. This is a nice thick sable brush, and what's nice about a thick brush is that it holds lots of water, so you don't have to keep dipping in and mixing color and dipping in and mixing color. You can just get it once and then do lots of fun play on the paper before having to remix color. Now, you've probably painted at home with watercolor using these little dry trays. What I like using are tubes of watercolor paint. It's kind of like the same thing, except it comes with a little bit of water added in so that right away it's nice and juicy and starts to flow, almost like you took your grape juice and spilled it on the paper. Let's start with some drawing. So the first thing I'm going to do is start with a basic shape. How about a circle? Now I want another shape. How about a square? Now some of the shapes that you draw, you're going to want to overlap. That means kind of going on top of each other. So now I'm going to draw a big rectangle that goes over top of both of my shapes. That way when I put the paint down, it'll mix. How about another circle down here in the corner? And another square going on top of that circle and on top of my rectangle. Another square up here. Now you don't have to do squares and rectangles. You really can do any shape you want. Like how about we do a nice big oval that goes over lots of the shapes. And then up in the corner here, one last shape. Now we can start painting. We're going to take this nice cup of water, the brush, and the paint. Again, I'm using watercolor tubes, but really you can use the dry palettes that you probably already have at home. This just makes it a little easier to get nice rich colors. Now before I actually do a color, I'm going to paint with water. Wet my brush, dry it on the sides of the cup there, and really loosely just pick any shape that you want and get it nice and wet. It's hard to paint when you can't see any color, but sometimes if you hold it up to the light and move it back and forth, you can see which parts of the paper are wet and which are dry. I'm going to do that on two of my shapes, my rectangle and one circle. When you're painting watercolor, you always want to go from light to dark. So that's the lightest possible color, nothing at all. Now, I'm going to mix a little bit of my yellow. Pick another shape that overlaps one of my water shapes. And what happens is it blends right in, and it might start leaking onto that rectangle just a little bit as it starts to dry. This type of watercolor painting is called wet on wet. In other words, you're painting wet onto something that's already been wet, like the paper. Don't be shy. Use lots of paint and lots of water. Okay, so now I'm done with my yellow shapes, and now I'm going to do some blue shapes. One of these blue shapes is just going to be all by itself up here, not even touching the yellow. Get that nice and dark. See what happens as it dries. And then I'm going to do one that mixes with one of the yellows up here in the corner. I'll do one last shape with blue down here, just touching the corner. What I like about watercolor is, to some extent, you can control what happens, but at some point you just have to be able to let it go. So I put the paint down, and instead of working it and kind of going back in and fixing this edge here or putting a little bit more paint down, I just put one application and let it spread the way it's going to spread. And that's the way you get some really interesting effects. Now that I've done 2 of the 3 primaries, yellow and blue, I'm going to let this dry and go back in and do some more colors. I'm going to start the next round with the same thing, with plain water. I'm going to go over top of that same rectangle. You can see it's picking up a little bit of the paint. You can pick a new shape if you want, but I like doing the same one I did. And the same one down here. Now, I'm going to bring in yellow one more time. So you want to use yellow with a blue, and then we're going to use yellow with a red. The blues are called the cool colors, and the reds are called the warm colors. Let's do this big circle, yellow. Now when I'm painting over top of the blue, you'll see that it's not bleeding because it's dry. So you get a nice hard edge, and now that's turning green with the yellow glazing on top of the blue. While that's wet, I'm going to dip into my red. It's actually magenta color, which is a really nice red. Usually what happens is when a magenta mixes with a yellow, you get a really brilliant orange. So let's see what happens. I think I'll do the red on this. And where I just painted that yellow egg shape, now the red isn't sure quite where to go. It wants to push in or maybe come back. But where I'm going over the blue, because the blue was already dry, I'm getting a nice hard edge, and it's just sitting right where I put it. I'll do one more red circle down here. So that's the general idea. You can work as much as you want on this. For instance, I could let this dry and just keep going and adding layers and layers and layers until the whole page was full of color. It's up to you what you want to do. So this is my painting. I'd love to see yours. Find out how to send it in the post below.
If you like to draw, then Ready Set Draw is the show for you. Draw with your favorite illustrators. Then use hashtag ReadySetDraw to share your pictures with us on KidLit TV.
I can draw the sun with the stars and the moon. I can draw anything. How about you?
Ready, set, draw!
You ready, Raffle?
I'm ready.
Hey. Okay. So this is how I like to draw Wolfie. Usually I'll start up top here and I'll do just a couple little U-shaped lines like this. Yeah, that's looking good. And then I connect them in the center right there.
Nice ears.
And then we'll kind of do a long line like that down there.
Oh, I think I can do that.
Rocco, you want to do a book?
Yeah. You could do the sequel. All right, so then we kind of have this little foot down here like this. And then that comes around, we do another one. It's going to get a little trickier.
Jammy
That's
feet.
looking good. Some little jammy feet down there.
Yeah.
We can do a little tail right here, so just do kind of one of these for a tail.
Oh, yeah, sort of like, looks sort of like a pickle.
All right, and then, so the next thing I'll kind of look at the ear details and right like that.
Little, okay, inside the ear.
We'll do a little arm like that. I mean, it usually has a little paw, so we'll do 3 little pads. That looks good.
Okay.
Then we'll do this is the important one right here. We get this nice kind of oval shape there.
Sort of an oval, it looks like a TV set. An old-fashioned TV set.
So then we're going to do kind of a little triangle. We'll get his nose here.
Okay.
Open-ended triangle. Yeah, perfect. 2 little dots for eyes.
That's his nose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Wolfie.
It's all going to come together. It's all going to come together.
You'll see it.
All right.
Like those 3D pictures
That's
where
good.
you're like, wow.
And then we'll just do a little bit on the end for his nose.
Oh, yeah.
And now he has 3 teeth, so we got to go 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Oh, under his nose.
Under his nose, yeah. There you go. And we can't forget he's got his other arm, right? Yep. So I kind of tuck that in over there.
Okay, I'm checking this out. Okay.
Let's go back to his feet and just do a little, that way we know he's wearing his jammies. Just do those little lines down there.
Okay.
You know the little jammies with the feet,
There you
remember
go.
those, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
and now the most important thing, and this is how I spend most of my days, is just doing all these little lines like this, these furry lines. This is what I do all day long.
Okay. Yeah. He needs to shave.
This is very cathartic. There we go. Get all those fuzzies in there.
All day.
And don't forget his tail, too, needs fuzzies.
Let's see, how does he get in and out of his jammies?
All right, that's right.
Ah.
You know what? A very important, we need a zipper, right? That way you can get in and out if he has to pee.
That's it.
You can't say pee on TV.
Oh, yeah, I think.
Everyone pees, even Wolfie.
Yes, even Wolfie.
That looks really good, Rocco.
It's awesome.
My first time drawing Wolfie, and I'm pretty proud of that. Well, thanks. Well, that was a lot of fun.
I can draw the sun with the stars and the moon. I can draw anything. How about you?
Ready, set, draw!
Hi everyone, I'm Nick Brule, also known as the Bad Kitty Guy, and I am going to show you how to draw a bad kitty. But I want to take it one step further. I don't want to just draw a bad kitty. I want to show you the hardest part. I want to show you the biggest challenge I face each and every single day when I have to draw this character. And that is giving her emotions, feelings. Because emotions and feelings are really important in stories. Every story you've ever read or ever going to read, they all need feelings to make the character seem real. But I've got a problem. It's kind of a big problem. My problem is that I created a character who does not talk. Kitty does not talk. So because she doesn't talk, she can't just tell you what she's thinking, she can't just tell you what she's feeling. The only way to know what she's thinking or what she's feeling is by seeing the expressions on her face. That's the hard part. I'm going to show you how I approach this problem every single day. So, ready, set, draw. I always begin in the middle of her face with that part of the body we call the elbow. No, wait, sorry, nose. That's her mouth. I draw these 2 circles above her nose, which are her gallbladder. Wait, sorry, eyes. I wasn't paying attention. Draw these 4 hairy deals up top. My research shows that all cats have 2 ears. So always give her 2 ears. These whiskery deals on the side. The middle whisker is always a little longer than the other 2. skinny neck. I'll just do the shoulders. There's that little tuft of hair on her chest. And there's Kitty. Hi, Kitty. But I'm not done yet. See, because I call this blank-faced Kitty. She doesn't really have an expression. You can't look at this Kitty and know for sure what she's thinking. You can't look at that expression and know what she's feeling. That's about to change, because with a single stroke of this marker, I'm going to turn this blank-faced Kitty, I'm going to turn this expressionless Kitty into annoyed Kitty. It's going to happen quickly, so pay attention. Here we go. No expression, annoyed. In case you missed it the first time, no expression, annoyed. No expression, annoyed. See, these little details can make a really big difference, and knowing where to put those details, that's the hard part. I'm going to do this 3 more times so you can see what I'm talking about. Now, in order to save time, I'm not going to draw her whole head with the ears and the hair and the elbows and the gallbladder, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just going to draw the important components of her face, but I'm going to make her eyes a little bit bigger, I think. I'm going to do this 3 times. Work, 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 work. So I've got 3 kitty faces here. They're pretty much the same. They're pretty much identical. But obviously, something is missing. By the time I'm done, this first one here is going to be surprised Kitty. This one is going to be crazy Kitty. And this one is going to be adorable Kitty. All right, you ready? Here we go. First, surprised Kitty. 1, 2. Easy, right? Look at that. 2 little dots, and look at how much more alive that face is compared to the other 2. All right, we're going to move on. Now we're going to do crazy Kitty. 1, 2. Not so hard. Last but not least, adorable Kitty. 1, 2. I had 3 kitty faces. They used to be the same. They used to be pretty much identical. By the time I was done, the only difference between surprised, crazy, and adorable is where I put the dots for her eyes and how big I made them. These little details, the details that make such a big difference, it took me a long time to learn, to this day, remain the hardest part of my job when I have to draw Kitty. This is what I drew. We'd love to see your drawings. Find out how in the post below.
The Bank Street BookFest livestream is brought to you by EPIC, the leading ebook library for kids 12 and under, with unlimited access with over 15,000 high-quality kids books. EPIC, a free reading resource for the classroom.
Hi, I'm Amy Dykeman.
And I'm Zach O'Hora.
And you're watching KidLit
KidLit TV.
Sitting up here first? I thought they were going to do some announcements before this.
If everyone can come in and sit down, we're going to get the raffle started. Winners need to be present for the raffle.
We've been broadcasting up there loud. It's really loud.
Oh, so they can outside? I don't think they can. I don't think they can. I'm looking forward to that. I know it's coming. Thank you. What's the retro one? That's yours?
Yeah, it's one of my picture books.
Cool.
Sorry, guys.
You okay?
Yeah.
I'd like to introduce the Director of Library Services, Kristen Frieda, and she is going to pick the raffle ticket for the second prize of a batch of Best Picture books.
Hi, everybody. I'm so glad you're all here. Here we go. Best picture books. This one always just never fits my wrist. Okay, for best picture books, ticket number 701471. Yay! So now we're doing second prize for best YA and middle grade novels. This ticket number is 701425. S 701425. Anybody? Yay! We have to, she's in the very top to the left. Okay, next we have a whole selection of autographed books, both picture and novels. Here we go. 701467.
Yay!
Yay!
Come on down. Oh, never mind.
Okay. Next prize up, a gift certificate to the Bank Street Bookstore. It's worth $50. It's my watch.
That's the next prize.
Wait, we're going to take 2 seconds to take the watch off. Sorry. Okay, 701428 for the bookstore gift certificate. Woo!
Prize of 2 tickets for 2017 BookFest.
Okay, so we're up to the final raffle. It's first prize, and it's for 2 tickets to next year's BookFest. $701,456. Woo! Congratulations. Okay, now we'll continue with the program and enjoy.
Welcome back, everybody. The next panel, Capturing the Action, Graphic Novels and Visual Literacy, will be moderated by Jessie Karp of Pratt Institute. Jessie is a librarian at the New York Independent School, Little Red Elizabeth Irwin, and taught the graduate course Graphic Novel Narrative Sequence at Pratt Institute for 4 years. He is a picture book and graphic novel reviewer for Booklist and the author of graphic novels in your school library, as well as the YA novels, Those That Wake and What We Become. His panel will touch on the process of constructing a graphic narrative, both in script and in illustration, and how these 2 aspects support balance and sometimes detract from each other. Jessie's panelists include Deb Lucky, Raul Gonzalez, Jorge Aguirre, and George O'Connor, authors and illustrators of brilliant graphic novels.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to Capturing the Action, Graphic Novels and Visual Literacy, which reminds me, let me start up your visuals. So graphic novels, and more specifically comics, which is what graphic novels are made of, occupy a vital and unique position in the landscape of this year's BookFest theme.
They are deeply rooted in the mechanics of traditional literacy, what some of us old-timers still refer to as reading. But they are also perfect engines of visual literacy and excellent windows through which to explore it more deeply. Aiding us on this exploration today are 4 consummate practitioners of this art form. Starting from your left is Jorge Aguirre, who writes graphic novels and children's animation. He is the author of the graphic novels Giants Beware and Dragons Beware, and created the show Goldie and Bear for Disney Junior. Deb Lucky is the creator of the Lunch Witch series. Book 1 receives starred reviews in Publishers Weekly and School Library Journal, and has been optioned by Amblin Entertainment as a live-action feature. Ooh, nice. Yes. Book 2 of the series, Knee Deep in Kindness, will be released on Tuesday, but there are advanced copies here today. George O'Connor is the author and artist behind picture books such as If I Had a Triceratops, among others, as well as many graphic novels, notably the Olympian series, a number of which were on ALA's Great Graphic Novels for Teens list. Its 9th volume, Artemis, publishes in January. And Raul Gonzalez, also known sometimes as Raul III, is the illustrator of the graphic novels Lowriders in Space and Lowriders at the Center of the Earth. He has received a fellowship in painting from the Mass Cultural Council. All right, so let's take it from the very top here. Before there's anything to look at or read, you have to create it. So Jorge, as our resident scripter, writer, take us through a little bit the process of creating the script for a graphic novel, a comic book, if you please.
Sure. Well, as the only person that can't draw on this panel at all, and I'm the token writer. So, and everything germinates, it begins with the idea, right? I mean, everything begins, I'm with like some sort of, with our books, my partner is also a really good friend of mine from Ohio State, so I've known him for years, and he's in Columbus. But the way it always begins with us is I start generating ideas or stories where we want to take our characters. And we go back and forth, and then we do lots of back and forth. And then that becomes like a paragraph, and then the paragraph becomes like an outline, and the outline starts becoming a script, and then the script gets rewritten like 20 bajillion times, and then he starts to draw, and I change my mind about things, but he doesn't want to change the drawing, so I just, adapt to his drawings, but change like the meaning of a scene, and that's it's more of a process of rewriting than writing. But before we begin any story, for me, the three or four rules that I have would be, the characters have to have some kind of emotional journey, and we have three main characters, so I try to think of three emotional journeys. And our character has to kick butt, because these are adventure stories, so she's got to do something where she's just beating something and winning some battle. And then also it has to be an idea that I like enough that I can live with for 5 years and 20 bajillion drafts, because you can get tired of these projects and you can forget about what made them special to you in the very beginning. So I always try to remember what was the idea that made me fall in love with this particular story before, while I started writing it.
So it sounds like there is in fact a great deal of collaboration even before the script is completed. It's not just a matter of you finish a script, you hand it off.
Right, no, not in the relation I have with Raphael. So Raphael comes from animation, and I come from animation. I come from the writing part, he comes from the drawing part. It's a very collaborative relationship, and it's lots of back and forth, and we both have to buy into the idea. We both have to like it. And yes, there's lots of back and forth, lots of rewriting, and then we'll get feedback from our editor, and that'll change it a little bit as well.
All right.
But it's different than TV, though. TV, you get 20 different people giving you comments, and it's like being in a rowboat with everybody rowing in a different direction. But books, you're all rowing in the same.
Right, different than creation by committee.
Correct.
Right. Well, so Raul, as the man who illustrated but did not out and out write your pieces. Could you tell us a little bit about what the process is like from the illustrator's point of view?
Sure. So I read Kathy's script, and beforehand we're really good friends, so we kind of talk about certain things that are important in the story. But for me, I try to make her script work very well visually, so I begin to lay it out. And then I add a lot of like background details, you know, something that will really give the story that authentic background that the characters need in their world. So everything from where they live, the tools they use at work, the costuming and how it defines who the characters are, you know, maybe their personalities, hairstyles, and thinking way back into the history of Mexican art and how it's influenced many artists. So I add in a lot in terms of how to conceptually think about the artistry in the book. Yeah.
So it sounds like then, in fact, the script does not necessarily describe backgrounds or even costumes, that a lot of that comes freely out of your own mind or what you research.
There are absolutely some details that are defined in the script, but yeah, a lot of it is just me referencing my own childhood, like walking down a street in Juarez, Mexico, or El Paso, Texas, and working from things that I remember really marveling at as a young boy and adding them to the story.
Oh, very good. Yeah. Okay. Well, so Deb and George, as the two on the panel who both write and illustrate their scripts, perhaps you could, one of you or both of you, pipe in about what it's like when you have to collaborate with yourself.
Well, we both, Jorge and Raul both touched on is like, there was a lot of collaboration going on before anything. Even in the story, like, for instance, you're a writer, but you obviously collaborated a lot beforehand before anything gets really written down. And same thing, it sounds like you're given a script, but there's a lot of collaboration going on. Mm-hmm. For me, as a guy who writes his own stuff, I have learned I can't really write a full script and then illustrate it, because then all I am is illustrating a script, right? Comics are the synthesis of words and pictures telling a story together. And so when I write, I have my sketchbook here. This particular sketchbook is the sketchbook I wrote the entirety of the 10th volume of Olympians Hermes in. I want everybody to come by later and just kind of flip through this, because it's just filled with swaths of text and random drawings, and I kind of work that way, where I'm back and forth. I'm skipping all over the story. Coming up with pictures, I mean, I would hold it up, but you guys wouldn't see it. Just come by later. Just like pictures that, like, you know, I'm not worried about them coming together as like panels yet. Just like key images I want to include in the story, along with bits of text, and switching back and forth between the two. So I have this like entire sketchbook just filled with material. So when I actually have to sit down and make this like one coherent narrative that starts at a beginning and has a whole middle section then ends, like I have all this like this material that I can kind of edit from. Because it can be very tricky. I think we've all read comics where it's pretty clear that the writer and the artist never had the same vision. You know, where like they never collaborated. Like that's not a thing that you guys have had, even though you have it divided. Sometimes there's just a script written, and then they give it to another person. Those two never meet, and there's not really that communication of ideas the same way.
I guess I pretty much start with the character, which is almost always visual, and then a lot of times like how they talk or something about them will come to me, and then I start to know who they are, and I will do a lot of character drawings on just that one character. But then from that point on, I sort of switch the writer's hat and the illustrator's hat based on what I know. So I'll like write up to the point where, okay, now I don't know what happens in the story, and I'll get stuck there for a week or so, and then I'll sit down and I'll start drawing. And then I'll try and draw out how I got there. Or whenever I get stuck, I draw. And then, because I'll draw the character and then I'll think, what's she gonna do next? And so or what needs to happen next, but when I actually have to organize the plot, I have to do that with words usually. So I actually have sort of a unique process that I've developed to do this, which is I do these elaborate accordion books, which I did for someone here as a workshop in their school, but it ends up being, it goes across the whole room. So each one's is an event, and then every time you flip it, it's because or therefore, and it's event. So I end up mapping out the whole, more like a movie. Each thing is a scene or an event to put the whole thing together, like as if you were doing a screenplay. And then I write it to organize the plot.
It sounds like the way you talk about it and what you said at the beginning about sketching a character, and you, George, about your sketchbook, that for both of you, it starts out visually. Yeah. It's not a matter of sketching down a plot or a character's backstory or something. It's very much in the visual way. Yeah. All right, that's interesting. It makes me wonder, Jorge, when you start a script, do you have a visual in mind, or is it very much about a character's journey script-wise?
I think they kind of come in hand. Like with the third book, the idea I had, the emotional idea I had was Claudette, who's a warrior in our books. And her whole identity is a warrior. So I had the emotional idea I had was Claudette's identity would be in question and she'd stop becoming a warrior. And then I just had to figure out what kind of plot would work with that. And I had a few different things to pick from, and then what we ended up doing, I think, worked with that emotional idea.
Okay, so there is a balance then for you too, though, between the visual and the scripting in your head when you're putting things together to some extent. All right, well, we're talking about emotional journeys. How does one convey emotion effectively in a comic or a graphic novel, not including straight scripting, oh, I feel sad, or the situation is clearly sad, and also not including necessarily facial expressions? What other ways is emotion effectively put forward? I'll take a volunteer on that one.
There's an opening page in Lowriders in Space, the first book, and it's a page, a spread, and you really get to know a little bit of the town that the characters live in, right? And as your eye works its way around the page, you see different signs for different businesses, Apestas Shoes, the Bronco swap meet, things like that. But there's this one little restaurant in the middle, it's called Sapo Bell. And there's this little, I'm not even sure what it is. It's a toad or a bird or something. But he's sitting there like this. He's just walked out of the restaurant and he's rubbing his belly and his mouth is wide open and there's just like this gigantic flume of flame just pouring out of his mouth. So, immediately you know that he just ate some really gassy tacos or burritos or something. So that's one way.
I didn't realize gassy was an emotion.
It is when you're regretting what you've eaten.
One of the things I do a lot, like one of the things that's such a great tool when by writing my own stuff, I have a lot of reaction shots that are just facial features. I think that's kind of like one of the things my work falls back on a lot. But there's other ways you can convey it. Sometimes just by pulling back on a shot. Just the way you decide to frame it. Like, you can, like, if you want to, like, show, like, a character's feeling alone, you pull back and then he's or she is a small character in a big space. Sometimes that's very effective. More so than if you even were just to draw, like, a sad face. Just by putting this isolated figure with the body language. Maybe they're slightly slumped over or something. Also, I color does everybody else here color their work?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, like everybody. Mm-hmm. So, like, color a lot of times. Like, if I'm trying to, like, if I go, like, towards, like, somebody's really angry, I tend to use a lot of warmer color palette. And if it's, like, a more gloomy feeling, I'll go, like, a colder color palette. It's, sometimes, like, if somebody's, like, really angry, I'll just draw everything, I'll color everything in, like, with, like, red. Mm-hmm. Some, like, really obvious keys like that can really help convey the feeling, too.
I use weather the same way, which would be kind of trite in words, but I think it works really well visually. And then there's the one person can be doing something, but then how everybody else responds to them sets a lot of the emotion. Like a lot of my characters lie. So if the other characters look skeptical, then that's a clue that they're lying. Or if they, you know, if they put on a big happy face but they're really angry. Like with Grunhilde, these bats, they are her emotions. So I don't know if I can communicate it entirely well in the drawing, but the idea is that they always magnify whatever she's feeling.
So the visuals afford you an opportunity to create an actual sort of emotion surrogate within the piece.
Yeah.
That brings up, I mean, obviously there are a lot of subtle cues that are happening here, and not just on this, which isn't working straight, so please forgive it. But a lot of emotional cues that are happening very subtly that you're not even necessarily aware of as you're reading. I just wanted to touch on something, George, you said that sometimes you might pull way back on a character to give a sense of isolation. Sometimes you can see a word balloon, and it'll be a big word balloon, and there'll be a tiny little word right in the middle of it, oh, or something like that, right? So is that writing? Is that visual? What's transmitting that? It's the perfect confluence, as you were discussing before. All right, well, branching out a little bit or widening a little bit, what makes a visually successful comic book? When you're looking at a comic, as you flip through it, what gives you the sense of visual success that makes it alive, that makes it flow?
I'm going to say for me personally, and I feel like this is a very subjective thing, but there's an experience I have sometimes where I look at a book where like the art doesn't invite me in. I call it bouncing off. Sometimes if it's like really heavily detailed in a way that isn't conducive to the story, I find this is something that happens a lot in like mainstream superhero comics, where there's just something about it that doesn't invite me in. When I feel like it's a really successful comic, somehow the art and the story complement each other to the point where I'm not conscious of looking at art, where I'm actually just reading the story. My editor, one of my editors, Mark Siegel, has this expression he uses a lot about how reading a really good cartoonist is like their drawing style is like reading their handwriting. And ideally, I get into the rhythms of the artwork that the cartoonist is creating to such a degree that it informs the story, as opposed to me flipping through and being like, that's a really pretty picture. Because that's me bouncing off the story. So for me, a really successful bit of comic art is when I am just subsumed into it, and I read the story, and then afterwards I'm like, wow, that was really well drawn, but I was like in that world. So when you read a good like novel, you know, if you're sitting there saying, that's excellent prose, they're probably not grabbing you, you know?
So to some extent, in fact, the visual success of a comic relies on you not even being aware necessarily of how visually successful it is.
Exactly. That's the way I feel, at least.
Huh.
Although I have to admit that I will read things, I will look at a graphic novel in another language and be happy, not understand it, but just enjoy the visual progression of it.
Oh, so when you say not understand it then, are you referring to not understanding the specifics of the story with the writing, or the visuals themselves don't carry the narrative for you?
Well, I'm not understanding the words.
Okay, well, there is something interesting there, because often you can pick up a comic in another language. I mean, there are comics, of course, that are silent, that have no words in them, but comics that are meant to be read, but still get the story. What makes that happen? What's going on there? If there are supposed to be words in the story, but you can still more or less get the story without them at all, how'd they do that? Wait, no, how do you do that?
I mean, I don't draw, but for me, it goes back to clarity. Like, you know, sort of talking about bouncing off is like being able to have, even if it's like a really crazy drawing, but to know that the artist is leading you along and leading your eye and telling you what details are more important than the others. And I feel that same way about writing. Like, I want to be able to follow the story.
That's a fantastic perspective from a non-illustrator, actually, that your eye is being led very specifically. And, you know, the words occupy their own space. So the visual, even if they're in there with the visuals are still carrying you along in a completely separate state of consciousness than the words are. All right. See, even I learn things when we're talking about this stuff. Okay, well, it struck me as you were talking, Raul, about looking at Mexican art and your childhood and things like that when you were writing. And of course, George, the Olympian series is filled with Greek stuff. The world they lived in, the time they lived in, and even, you know, the things they imagined what the gods could do and everything. How do you include a culture, the sense of a culture, the weight of a culture, the atmosphere of a culture visually when perhaps your characters are animals even?
Well, there's a lot of ways. Well, one, I look in the mirror, for one, and that really helps me because it allows me to reflect on who I am and also where my parents are from. They're from Mexico. And so I began to create characters based on people that I know or knew. So in the case of Lupe Impala, her hair is based on my abuelita's hair and how curly it was. I remember my abuelito, he would wear his pants up to his chest almost, you know? And so when I was drawing Elerio Malaria, I gave him a zoot suit. And that also kind of helped to talk about the citizens of Los Angeles in the 1920s and 30s when they were wearing zoot suits. And then in terms of creating multicultural characters, it comes down to more than just filling someone in with a brown or with light brown. And so I think a lot about of the approach to the artwork, you know? So I was really influenced by Jorge Guadalupe Posada. And I loved him because he had an open door policy to his art studio. He would allow kids to look over his shoulder as he drew. And then he also wanted to share the written word and illustration with people who couldn't afford to buy books. And so he printed very inexpensive looking books using only red and black ink. And I thought, well, that's why our book has this really simple palette and also old looking pages. And I know that a lot of boys and girls out there who might not have access to art materials, well, they can get their hands on big pens. And so the book is also accessible to people from my community as a kid who were wanting to learn how to draw, but who might not have felt that they could have that opportunity, but it'll give them the inspiration to pick up the pen. So there's a lot of different ways that you can, you know, do this.
Clearly, yeah.
I think with myself and Olympians, do we all know Eric Schanauer's Age of Bronze series? It's a graphic novel.
Oh, that's a great series.
It's amazing.
I also love the Wizard of Oz series he did.
I mean, Eric Schanauer is amazing. Check out Age of Bronze. It's a retelling of the Trojan War, but he goes full on historically accurate. He sets it as if it really were a Bronze Age book. And I decided to give myself the leeway of Olympians. Its central cast are the Olympian gods. I'm going for mythic Greece as opposed to a specific time period of Greece. There's a few exceptions. Like, for instance, when I showed King Minos and Ariadne, I actually put them in Minoan gear because I'm like, it reflects that. When I show Andromeda, she's actually Ethiopian because it reflects these elements. But I didn't adhere to a Hellenistic style or a Greek vase painting style or anything. I wanted to create something that reflected what I've thought of as mythic Greece. I went back to textual prompts for it and kind of filtered it through the lens of my own upbringing with superhero comics. So I'm taking certainly nods from Greek art because, I mean, we're all here, everyone here has, it's, the building blocks of Western civilization. So there's a lot of elements of that, but I wasn't setting out specifically to capture a specific period of Greek art, I guess.
But the sense of Greek itself.
I mean, I hope you look at this, you're like, that looks pretty Greek. Yeah. If you're looking at this, you're like, that's a really weird retelling of Native American stories. I've probably done my job wrong. But,
well, it's all Greek to me. Sorry. Okay, well, since you brought up superheroes, let me jump ahead a question and I'll come back later. In America, in this country, comic books are the industry built on the backs of superheroes. They are the industry that Superman built. And, there's a shift over the last few years where that's happening, but it's impossible to remove them from the DNA of comics in this culture. What did superheroes give us as visual literacy perpetrators, creators, and what did they hold us back from doing, perhaps?
Well, it's interesting you said hold us back, because I feel like we have in large part moved away from superheroes. When I see what people are creating now, I see so many more influences coming out. Like for years, it was a superhero chokehold and everything. Like you could make superhero comics, or you could, not make money. And like it's changed, and like especially I see young cartoonists coming up, they're drawing inspiration from so many sources. I feel like at this point I'm a bit of an outlier in that I do have what you could see as a pretty clear superhero influence in my work, because so little of what's being published now. Like I don't see an overt superhero influence like a real strong Marvel influence in anybody else in this panel up here. And maybe I'm mistaken, but.
Well, for me, I think what superhero comics did was simply, I always like to say, and I've said this many times, but I used to have this wonderful art museum just a few blocks from where I lived, and I would walk there whenever I possibly could. And that art museum was the local 7-Eleven. And the gallery was the spinner rack. And so what it gave to me as a young man was the ability to study many different forms of art, of drawing and drawing practice. And without it, I'm not too sure that I would be sitting in this panel today, because it led me to many different roads where I would learn of an artist, and then I would become fascinated by that artist, and I would wonder, well, who were they influenced by? And on you follow the trail backwards, and you learn that, oh, these guys were also influenced by fine artists or other illustrators, and you become much more well-rounded in your understanding, not just of comic book history, but then of art history. So without those early comic books, which were available for 25 cents, 75 cents to kids in remote areas of the country, you would have missed out on a lot of wonderful artists and storytellers.
Well, it sounds like then that even if the direct influence of superhero visuals is not as prevalent in books now, that people who create comics and graphic novels, who are the age generally that we all are, within a range, granted, had to have grown up in some way understanding comics as connected to superheroes. And I was about to put that to a test, actually. Let me ask, Deb and Jorge, since you haven't spoken on the subject yet, did superheroes make any difference to you growing up?
Not at all
or
to
as a
me.
creator?
I had almost no exposure even, because we lived in the country. I didn't have a 7-Eleven.
There you go.
But, I
big
guess
gulps for you.
I would have been, I came to comics through fine art, but I was really involved in, I was really into the comic strips in the paper when I was a kid, and cartoons, but the only superhero I could even think that I related to was Underdog, which
who did not originate in comic books,
No,
in fact, but was
no.
a cartoon.
Right.
Right.
Well, the cartoons were influential.
Sure, sure. There's a lot of back and forth between cartoons and comics. They, well, do we say cannibalized each other? I don't know if it may be a little too aggressive. Jorge, how about you? Any?
Comics were huge in my childhood for me. I loved reading comics. I can remember where I was reading certain issues. I can remember where I was when Supergirl died and Crisis on Infinite Earths. I can remember, I remember all that stuff. And then now I go to the comic book store, and I have two sons. One is 6, one's 9. And they're not interested in superheroes, and it's really strange. And I try to read the superhero comics too, and I have a little bit of trouble myself. I don't know if it's just because I'm getting old or something. But my son will read the first, second books. He'll read, the adaptations of the Percy Jackson, that sort of thing, those graphic novels. But for some reason, I just can't, and also his peers too, I haven't seen them really into superhero comics. They're into superhero movies and Legos. We have Legos coming out of the wazoo, but I don't know. And I've been thinking about this lately, and I just don't know what it is. I don't know if I'm just a curmudgeon or if there's just different these days.
YA graphic novels are so much better. That's why.
Well, there's also an expense thing too, right? So a really short 26-page or something like that. Comics like 22-page comics like $350,
$3.99.
$3.99.
Yeah.
So it's really, I don't remember, even if you adjust for inflation, I had enough money when I was a kid to buy comic books at the grocery store or whatever. But I don't think my kid doesn't have $4.
Well, there's a whole other panel discussion here to be had on how the traditional comic book, the traditional superhero comic book at any rate, is being phased out in some ways, unintentionally, through expense perhaps, as you mentioned, but also through other media. To what extent superheroes have become the province of movies primarily now on a larger cultural scale. But that is not our panel discussion today, so let me circle back around. We have people here who don't do only comics and graphic novels. We have picture book illustrators. We have somebody who works in animation. We have somebody who had a grant for painting. So tell me, how does it relate? What do comic books afford you that, for instance, a picture book or a cartoon will not? And what do those things afford you that a comic book will not?
Well, since you asked specifically picture books, I'll say here. For me, I feel like picture books and comics, graphic novels, whatever you want to call it, they're very closely related in that they, like I said earlier, they should be a perfect synthesis of words and pictures. The only difference I could say with like Olympians, I have a lot more room to play in. There's a lot more nuance and subtleties in there, and I have it broken up. It's for an older audience. Picture books, and I am by no means a master of picture books, and I feel like I still haven't quite nailed a picture book. It's a hard thing. A 32-page picture book is like a perfect gem. It can be such a great little thing, and I love it as an art form. And it's something, it's why I keep doing them. I keep trying, because I love that idea of getting together like just this little perfect snippet of like language and words together that just convey a picture book as the art form. Whereas a graphic novel, there's a little bit less restrictions upon it in terms of like length and age group and such. So you have a little bit more room to play in, but at the same time, I think a lot of time art is really defined by the limitations placed on it. So that's where I think you have to really, you can't have any fat in a picture book. I could take a little, not too much. I could be a little bit, I could have like some fun little things that aren't necessary to the story when I do an Olympians and depending on the novel, but like a picture book has to be like a lean, perfect machine. So it's hard for me. Some people are really good at it.
That's interesting. From the outside, I don't know that would come to mind as people were thinking about it. How laborious the process of comics seem compared to the 32 pages of a picture book, when in fact, it's all the stuff you can't put into the picture book that's making it so hard.
There's a lot more pencil mileage in a comic, in doing a comic. Like I have to do a lot more just working, but there's like a lot more like making my brain hurt in a picture book. Right.
Yeah. I agree that it's really hard to pare it down, to make the story that simple. Like even most of the picture books I did are 40 pages. I used the title pages and the inside flaps to sort of finish to make the story feel like how I wanted it to. For me, the graphic novels is interesting because it's to older children and potentially adults, and it allows me to write in a way that's more fully who I am and what I have to say, which is maybe a little dark for younger children. At least that's what the publishers tell me. And but I also like that there's like in the panels there's such a sense of timing, and I find that really, really interesting and mentally challenging. Like, if I spend 2 whole pages just having somebody walk across the room, they don't want to see what's on the next page. It's like that, being able to play with that sense of time, like maybe things really speed up or you're really jumping from one situation to the next, or it really slows down. And I enjoy that part of it a great deal.
You bring up an interesting point across but the time control in both of them is sort of central to their construction.
I think of picture books as the picture being, you're finding the iconic picture that's going to bring the words to life.
Okay, that perhaps represents the entirety of the 1 or 10-minute period that you're illustrating. Whereas in comics, you might be having to draw more pictures to expand the moment. Yes, did you?
Well, so my day job is I write kids animation for preschoolers, and then my other job is writing graphic novels for kind of like older kids, and I enjoy both. I enjoy both, but like one is like, you know, writing for animation, in preschool animation in particular, it's a very specific target, right? It's a kid target. There's certain things you can say. There's a bucket with just a few tools that you have to use. But in both cases, you have to tell the best story you can figure out. So I do enjoy that aspect of kids animation. Now, the part that sometimes, I wouldn't say I enjoy, but sometimes it's okay, is you are satisfying a lot of different people, so there is a committee involved in kids animation. And there's executives you have to satisfy, animation directors you have to satisfy, and you get notes. Sometimes you get notes longer than the outline you submitted. and sometimes they're good notes, and sometimes they're not very good notes, but either way, you have to deal with them, either talking to people and getting to see your side of the story, or trying to make their notes work. So either way, you have to deal with these notes. With these books, it's me, my partner, and my editor. And then, yeah, that's it.
So as you mentioned before, the creation by committee is less of a weight.
Yeah.
In comics.
But then it's also, you know, it's a big weight when it's just you and someone else who can mess up the whole thing. You know, so it's a little
excellent point.
Yeah, and sometimes you just don't, when you write it by committee, somebody can tell you if you suck. Otherwise, it's just you and your friend going, I don't know. You know, like I told you that really briefly, we were working on the third book, and we worked for 6 months on it, and the whole time, neither one of us were happy with it. And we ended up throwing it out and coming up with a new idea. And we really like the third book now. But, you know, if we were working for Disney, they would have told us in the first, well, they would have told us a lot of stuff. But we might have known sooner if we had a committee working for us.
All right. Okay. Well, we're winding down here. Let's see if we can do this. Very quickly, can I see a show of hands? How many people here are involved in a school? Many people. Okay. Well, let's see if we can answer this question really quickly. And it's not going to be an easy one to do. What place do graphic novels have in a classroom, if any? Not a school library. I think that boat has sailed. In a classroom. What are your feelings on that one? You have 3 seconds each. Go.
Leveling up crooked desks.
How do you follow that?
I think, I don't know a lot about the educational system, but I do think that when kids try and do their own graphic novels, that really makes them understand how narrative works.
I'm really glad you said that, because that's a crucial piece. Bringing graphic novels into a classroom isn't just bringing the book itself into the classroom, it's bringing the sequential art, the form, into the room for various reasons. All right, well then, I will end today with one last question to each of you. It should be easier and quicker to answer. Looking back on your own life, and some of you have talked about this, as a reader of graphic novels and comic books, could you come up with one title, one comic, one graphic novel that you've read, or comic strip that was important to you, that you find inspirational in your own work or pivotal in your own development as someone who saw this as a way to make a living, as something more than just kid stuff, as they used to call it? Why don't we start down at that end?
Well, I can't really name one specific, but I would definitely have to say that it was the librarians at the Festival Library in El Paso, Texas, who gave me my first...
You really know your audience, my friend.
They gave me my first drawing assignments and kind of made me think about how to create drawings for words.
That's fantastic.
Yeah,
George?
man, there's like dozens of people and there's so many different steps, and I could change this answer depending on my mood. So today I'm going to say Bill Watterson and Calvin and Hobbes.
I guess the thing that made me see is something I was interested in pursuing was I found a book when I was in a bookstore in Italy by Lorenzo Matati. And it was so beautiful, but it was comics. And that just sort of really opened up my mind.
And do you read Italian?
No.
Oh, so that ties into yeah. He's like the
I bought it though.
He's like the perfect artist to like look at if you don't understand. It's like, this is the most gorgeous thing I've ever seen.
You know, I think probably like my 5th grade teacher complimented me on writing once, and it went to my head. and since I was kind of convinced, I wanted to become an astronaut, but I have glasses, contact lenses, you can't do that. So I was writing, really absurd. But I blame her. It was her fault, the 5th grade teacher.
Wow. Well, this is very nice to hear. So people who make their livings professionally and are expanding and pushing this form forward look back on how they got here, and they don't just see comic books and comic book artists and writers. They see you, teachers and librarians and people involved in education and supporting that kind of artwork and forward thinking. All right, so we seem to be tying up our time here. I hope that our discussion today has opened your eyes, so to speak, to the intricacies and possibilities within the form. I would like to thank very, very much Raul and George and Deb and Jorge for their fantastic insights. I would like to thank Cindy Weil and Ali Bruce for inviting me to be a part of this. And I would like to thank you for your kind attention. Have a great afternoon.
The Bank Street BookFest livestream is brought to you by EPIC, the leading ebook library for kids 12 and under, with unlimited access with over 15,000 high-quality kids books. EPIC, a free reading resource for the classroom.
Hello, my name is Chris Horton, and this is George. and you're watching KidLit TV.
Today on Read Out Loud, we have Amy Dykman reading her book, Wolfie the Bunny.
The bunny family came home to find a bundle outside their door. They peeked. They gasped. It was a baby wolf. He's adorable, said Mama.
He's ours, said Papa.
He's going to eat us all up, said Dot. But Mama and Papa were too smitten to listen. Wolfie slept through the night. Dot did not. Mama served carrots for breakfast. He likes them, said Mama.
He's a good eater, said Papa.
Speaking of eating, said Dot, he's going to eat us all up. But Mama and Papa were too busy taking pictures to listen. Dot's friends came by to see the baby. He's sleeping, whispered Mama.
He's a good sleeper, whispered Papa.
He's going to eat us all up, they screamed. No kidding, said Dot. Let's play at your house. For the first time, Wolfie cried. But Dot was too far away to hear him. When Dot returned, Wolfie was waiting. Everywhere Dot went, Wolfie went too. He's drooling on me, said Dot.
He's a good drooler, said Papa.
The days passed and Wolfie grew. So did his appetite. When Mama opened the cupboard, she got a surprise. The carrots, said Mama, they're gone.
Oh no, said Papa.
He ate them all up, said Dot. Dot fetched the carrot bag, but she did not get far. He wants to help, said Mama.
He's a good helper, said Papa.
He's going to... skip it, said Dot. I've got my eye on you, Buster. Wolfie and Dot went to the carrot patch. Dot was picking one last carrot when Wolfie's mouth opened wide. I knew it, cried Dot. On guard! But Wolfie wasn't looking at Dot.
Dinner!
Roared the bear. It was Dot's chance to run away. Instead, she ran forward. Let him go, Dot demanded, or I'll eat you all up.
The bear blinked. You're a bunny, he said.
I'm a hungry bunny, said Dot.
But I'm bigger than you, said the bear.
I'll start on your toes, said Dot.
Help! cried the bear. She's going to eat me all up.
Boom. Dot relaxed as the bear ran away. We're safe, she said. Then Wolfie pounced. Aw. Come on, little brother. Let's go home and eat.
Hi, I'm John Sheska, the author of The True Story of the Three Little Pigs, which has now been out there for more than 25 years. I think it's officially 26 now. Or, as a third grader once told me, it was printed way back in the 1900s. The True Story of the Three Little Pigs by A. Wolf, as told to me, John Sheska, illustrations by Lane Smith. Everybody knows the story of the Three Little Pigs, or at least they think they do, but I'll let you in on a little secret. Nobody knows the real story because nobody has ever heard my side of the story. I'm the Wolf, Alexander T. Wolf. You can call me Al. I don't know how this whole big bad wolf thing got started, but it's all wrong. Maybe it's because of our diet. Hey, it's not my fault that wolves eat cute little animals like bunnies and sheep and pigs. That's just the way we are. If cheeseburgers were cute, folks would probably think you were big and bad too. But like I was saying, this whole big bad wolf thing is all wrong. The real story is about a sneeze and a cup of sugar. This is the real story. Way back in Once Upon a Time, I was making a birthday cake for my dear old granny. I had a terrible sneezing cold. I ran out of sugar. So I walked down the street to ask my neighbor for a cup of sugar. Now, this neighbor was a pig, and he wasn't too bright either. He had built his whole house out of straw. Can you believe it? I mean, who builds their house out of straw? So, of course, the minute I knocked on the straw house, it fell right in. I didn't want to just walk into somebody else's house, so I called, little pig, are you in?" No answer. I was just about to go home without that cup of sugar for my dear old granny's birthday cake. And that's when my nose started to itch. I felt a sneeze coming on. Well, I huffed, and I snuffed, and I sneezed a great sneeze. And you know what? That whole darn straw house fell down. And right in the middle of that pile of straw was the first little pig, dead as a doornail. He'd been home the whole time. It seemed like a shame to leave a perfectly good ham dinner lying there in the straw, so I ate it up. Think of it as a big cheeseburger just lying there. Well, I was feeling a little better, but I still didn't have my cup of sugar, so I went to the next neighbor's house. Now, this neighbor was the first little pig's brother, and he was a little smarter, but not much. He built his house out of sticks. I rang the bell on the stick house. Nobody answered. I called, Mr. Pig, are you in?" He yelled back, "Go away, Wolf. You can't come in. I'm shaving the hairs on my chinny chin chin." I had just grabbed the doorknob when I felt another sneeze coming on. I huffed, and I snuffed, and I tried to cover my mouth, but I sneezed a great sneeze. And, you're not going to believe it, but this little pig's house fell down just like his brother's. And when the dust had cleared, there was the second little pig, dead as a doornail. Wolf's honor. Now, you know food will spoil if you leave it out in the open, so I did the only thing there was to do. I had dinner again. Think of it as a second helping. I was getting awfully full, but my cold was feeling a little better, and I still didn't have my cup of sugar for my dear old granny's birthday cake. So I went to the next house. Now, this guy was the first and second little pig's brother. He must have been the brains of the family. He had built his house of bricks. I knocked on the brick house. No answer. I called, Mr. Pig, are you in?" And do you know what that rude little porker answered? "Get out of here, Wolf! Don't bother me again!" Talk about impolite. He probably had a whole sack full of sugar, and he wouldn't give me just one little cup for my dear, sweet old granny's birthday cake. What a pig. I was just about to go home and maybe make a nice birthday card instead of a cake when I felt my cold coming on. I huffed, and I snuffed, and I sneezed once again, and then that's when that third little pig yelled, "Hey, your old granny can sit on a pin." Now, I'm usually a pretty calm fellow, but when somebody talks about my granny like that, I go a little crazy. When the cops drove up, of course I was trying to break down the pig's door, and the whole time I was huffing and puffing and sneezing and making a real scene. Well, the rest, as they say, is history. The news reporters found out about those two pigs I had for dinner. They figured a sick guy going to borrow a cup of sugar didn't sound very exciting. So they jazzed up the story with all that huff and puff and blow your house down stuff. And they made me the big bad wolf. That's it. The real story. I was framed. But maybe you could loan me a cup of sugar. The end.
Hi, boys and girls. I bet you all know the nursery rhyme, Mary Had a Little Lamb, and you probably can recite it from heart. Today, we have that story, but it's in a different country. And this book is entitled, Maria Had a Little Llama, or Maria Tenía una Lamita. It also won the Pura Belpré Honor Award. We're here with Angela and her llama, and we're going to hear the story.
Maria had a little llama. Maria tenía una llamita.
Is that an instrument she's playing?
Yeah, she's playing a flute.
Oh.
Whose fleece was white as snow, cuya lana era tan blanca como la nieve. And everywhere that Maria went, y a donde Maria iba, the llama was sure to go. La llama la seguía.
Is that a map?
It is. It's of Peru. That's where she lives.
Oh, so this story is taking place in Peru, and she's playing maracas?
Yes. He followed her to school one day. Un día le siguió a la escuela.
And this is the school back here?
It's a escuela. That's where she goes to school.
And that's the church?
Mm-hmm.
And how do you say church?
Iglesia.
Iglesia.
That was against the rules. Eso iba contra las reglas.
Now, is she wearing a hat that they wear in Peru?
It is. It's knitted hat that they wear.
And it has a tassel?
Yeah, she's just kind of hiding behind it. It made the children laugh and play to see a llama at school. Los niños rieron y jugaron a ver una llama en la escuela. The teacher had to send them out. La maestra tuvo que mandarla fuera.
And the hat the teacher's wearing, is that what teachers wear in Peru? Or do women wear that type of hat?
Some women wear these hats. It's a different type of hat. But still he lingered near and waited patiently about, pero ella se quedó cerca, esperando pacientemente for Maria to appear. A que apareciera Maria.
And they have people shopping in an outdoor market, I guess.
Yeah.
They have melons and potatoes?
Yeah, potatoes and melons. It's a little like Peruvian market. Why does the llama love Maria so? The eager children cried. Maria loves the llama, you know, the teacher did reply. ¿Por qué la llama quiere tanto a María? Preguntaron ansiosamente los niños. Porque María quiere mucho a la llama, la maestra respondió. The end. Fin.
Oh, and there's a band here, and they all have different instruments. This one looks very unusual.
That's the guitar they play in Peru.
Well, we learned a lot about Peru by just looking at the pictures. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
The Bank Street BookFest livestream is brought to you by EPIC, the leading ebook library for kids 12 and under, with unlimited access with over 15,000 high-quality kids books. EPIC, a free reading resource for the classroom.
Hello, my name is Chris Horton, and this is George. And you're watching KidLit TV.